Alright everybody, welcome back to another Ask a Dev Unreal Engine tutorial. Today we are going to be doing something different. We're going to, by community request, be making a mini game. So we're going to make a game start to finish, and the backdrop that we're going to be using to do this is we are going to be trying to make, I think you've probably seen them if you've ever been on mobile video viewing, YouTube, etc. You've seen a lot of those fake mobile games. We're going to make one of those for real. So here's a couple videos of a couple little bits about what I'm talking about, and this is kind of what we're shooting for, but we've got a couple caveats. We're not going to art this up. This is all about the game. This is all about the experience. And with that, what we want to focus on is we want to focus on gameplay, because gameplay is king. Now, we do want to have a few win conditions. So what does our game need to have? Our game needs to have a start. So we need to have a start and we need to have a finish, and we can either finish with victory or defeat. We need to have a hero, we need to have some enemies. We want our hero to be able to get weapons and upgrades and destroy all of the enemies. Probably going to make it time based, or we could make it carnage based. We'll see as we get going. We're going to be doing a lot of stumbling, but we're basically just going to roll straight through this and see how far we get in one big long training tutorial. My name's Kevin. I am your guide on this crazy adventure, and this is not possible without the community. There's a ton of ways to support if you like what we're doing here. We have super thanks, super chats, super stickers. We have the Patreon, we have the tips, we have the Discord. You can hop in, help answer questions, and as always, just helping spread the word. So there's a bunch of different ways you can help support if you like what we're doing here. Feel free to do any of those kinds of things. And as we get going, we're going to be working in Unreal Engine 5.4 preview. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? So with that, let's hop in and get started on building out our project. Okay, so the game that we're going to be making, we're going to just go ahead and give it a working title. We're going to call it Mob Dash. And in this particular case, I'm going to be working with the third person project. So let's go ahead and create our project. I am expecting possible crashes along the way, so we will go ahead and save frequently and often. So let's bring up our content drawer, get a bunch of our settings taken care of. This is kind of our initial project setup. So I'm going to go ahead and dock this in the layout. I am going to change some of my default editor preferences just to make sure that these are set. Let's check our middle mouse button, for example. These did not stick, so I want that, and I do want my rotate. Enable arc ball and screen rotate. We'll take all that stuff. Save all. And let's go ahead and make a new map. We'll go ahead and right click, and we're going to call this level. I'm going to call this combat test. Let's open that up. And we can go ahead and save everything. And we have an empty level, which is fine. Okay, so we're going to need a couple things, but before we do that, I'm just going to go ahead and save all. And let's start with a ground plane. So we're going to add a cube to start with. Let's see here, shapes, cube. And let's go ahead and work unlit for right now, because we're going to work on that a little bit. We're not going to be too focused on art by any means. And let's just scale this out. This is going to be the floor that our enemies are going to run down. And what we're going to do, like you saw in one of the videos, we're just going to make a big long runway that all the enemies are going to basically horde. It's going to be kind of like a horde mode defense, break through the block, I think. We'll see what we get to. But we basically just need a big long runway for all of our enemies to run down. And I also want to put a grid on this. There we go. That way it's easy to see. It's much easier to see how long this is, etc. So we also are going to need a couple of things. So let's add in a player start. And I'm just going to zero that out so it's all on the map. And if we zoom in here, let's go ahead and take this and drop it down by 50, I believe it is. We'll check our player start again. And I do want to zero this out. Oh, okay, so that's our center point. Let's go ahead and have our character, yeah, we can have our character start there. We're going to figure out, is our character going to run backwards? Are they going to run forward? What is this going to look like? As I said, we're kind of making this up as we go, so you all can see how this might work. So I am going to scale this a little bit longer. Now let's just see if, actually we do need to add in a light. So let's add in the reason I want to add in a light is I want to be able to make sure that I can see my character when I press play. So I can press play now and my character is already in our map, which is great. Now there's a couple things that I want to change. This is not going to be your standard third person. This is going to be all about strafing left and right. Think about it like a combination of some of those old Galaga or 1942 type games. I kind of want my camera angle to be probably something like this by default, but I don't want to be able to move it, and I don't want my character to be able to turn left and right. So we're going to make some changes to our character movement component. So let's go ahead and, or not our movement component, we'll go ahead and make some changes to our input. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, we've already had a crash, so we're going to be doing a bunch of pickups. This is going to be a fun mini game to make. So we were about to make some changes to our third person character. What we wanted to be able to do was we wanted to make it so that we couldn't walk all over the place. So we're going to actually do that with our camera input. And what I'm going to do temporarily is just disconnect this. And what this is going to do is it's going to make it so that our character is facing forward, just forward. We can still walk back and forth. And the only thing that we want to change is we want to change one more thing, and that is we don't want our character to face the movement direction. So let's go ahead and rotate over here. Let's see, for our third person character movement, face rotation, all results have been filtered. Character, third person, rotate, orient rotation to movement. I'm going to uncheck that. And the reason we're going to do that is because now you'll notice that when we play, we actually have all the strafing. Now we do need to make some adjustments to our camera, so we're going to go ahead and do that. So in our third person character inner viewport, I am just going to take this camera and I'm going to translate it up and rotate it down. Now, interestingly, our boom is down there. We may need to change our boom, but let's just see what this looks like. It's a little bit better. Now, the importance of the camera is going to be, look at how much we see of the horizon right now. If we have a whole horde of enemies, we may want to change how much we see so we can control how many enemies are on screen at the same time, depending on performance. So we now have the ability to just strafe. Who cares about our movement running in place? We do have a problem though. We can walk off edges. So let's go ahead and make that change as well. Walk off. And that should be on our third person character. Compile and save that. And then we will go ahead and double check that we can no longer walk off edges. We cannot. It's a little scary. We get a little bit close, but that fixes that issue there. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be grabbing some content and we're going to migrate it over, and we're going to be grabbing it from our enemy AI tutorial, the one that we made all of the projectiles and everything like that. I'll go ahead and throw a link up here so that you can see it and we can get to it. Now, the reason we're going to be doing this is because the next thing we're going to be making is we're going to be making our weapon, and we're also going to be working on our enemy. And with our weapon, one of the things we need to be able to do is shoot. And rather than creating projectiles from scratch and starting all over again, what we're going to do is we are going to grab from our blueprint folder, we're going to grab our projectile base, and we are going to migrate our projectile base. And at the same time while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and get the health bar and the health component, because I want those two. If I right click on these and I choose asset actions and I choose migrate, what I'm going to do, you'll notice this is going to migrate everything that is required for these 3 items. So you'll notice it picks up a bunch of extra stuff. That's great. We also want these VFX because that is the projectile that we're going to be migrating over. So I'm going to go ahead and migrate these to my mob-content folder. And with that, they will drop right in place. Okay, so they disappear from here, but they're not really gone. I'm going to go ahead and close down this project. And we should have now, underneath the tutorial folder, we should have all of the blueprints. So quick recap. All our projectile is, bring it up. This is a projectile, standard projectile. It has a projectile movement component. It also does have a missile trail. And if you did not go through the previous tutorial with us, this projectile has the option to shoot a straight shot, a lob shot, or a homing shot. And we're going to be making changes to definitely the homing shot throughout this tutorial, but it's pretty standard. It does have basically when it overlaps or hits, it goes ahead and spawns a little confetti, and then we'll go ahead and destroy the actor. There's not a whole lot else to know about the projectile base. Another thing to take a look at is our health component that came over. Our health component, this is a component we built as part of the enemy AI so that we could do damage to the enemy. Now, the standard things that we have in here, we have our begin play, where we basically set up our health. And what we do is, let's see here, we have all of our health, we're getting our owners. That sets our owners. We have an event called Affect Health. We have the revive, whether or not the enemy or whoever has this health bar is revivable. And then we also have a terminate. Now we're going to be making some changes to terminate, because what if we don't have a mesh, and we're going to be working with without visuals a lot. So this is our health bar component. 2 other things that are important to note about this component is we do have 2 event dispatchers. We have a on terminate and we have an on revive. And the other thing that we want to double check is in our class defaults, not our class defaults, our class settings. Okay, we're not doing anything with interfaces in here yet. All right, perfect. So those are the 2 assets that we migrated over. Now we can go about making our weapons. So here we go. In our blueprints folder, I'm going to go ahead and create a new blueprint class. This is going to be an actor. This is going to be our blueprint weapon base. And we're going to open this up and we're going to go ahead and set some default settings. So one of the first things that we want to be able to do with this weapon is we want to be able to attack. So in our event graph, let's just get rid of all of this for right now. And let's add a new event. And it's going to be a custom event. We're going to call this event weapon attack. And what we want to do eventually is when this gets called, we would like to spawn one of those projectiles. So let's spawn an actor from class. And in this particular case, the actor that we're going to spawn is this projectile. Now we're not quite ready to connect this all up yet. So there's a couple of options that we need to be able to, that we want to be able to do, like where are we shooting this from? Which direction is it facing? All those kinds of things. So before we connect this up, let's make a couple of changes to our weapon. So one of the things we're going to do is we are going to add a visual. The visual we're going to add is, let's just add a static mesh. This is a placeholder for beautiful art in the future. And we are going to use, as our default static mesh, let's use the control rig arrow. Or let's use, I want to find that red arrow that's in the list somewhere. Here it is. We'll use this one. Okay. And let's just set some default values. Let's try, probably not that. Let's try 2, make it a little bigger. Let's go 3 and 3. Let's go. All right. So 3 and 3. So now we have the static mesh as the visual. Now it's important, because if we don't do this, what's going to happen is we are going to, we need to turn off the collision. That's the word I was looking for. So we need to turn off the collision. The reason we need to do this is when we put the weapon in the hand, if the projectile or the enemy or somebody else hits it, that will cause problems with our collision. So for now, I'm just going to set our collision. I'm not going to generate overlap. I'm not going to be able to step up on, and I'm going to set this as no collision because I don't really want this static mesh to cause any problems for us. Now that we have that, this is our weapon base. What I also want to do is I want to spawn this weapon in our character's hands. So let's go back to our third person character, and in our event graph, what we're going to do over here at the end of begin play. This is our begin play. We do a bunch of stuff. I'm going to temporarily spawn an actor from class. Eventually, we're going to be doing this with weapon drops, but for now, to get going, we want to do this. Let's make this our weapon base. And what I want to do is a couple different things. Let's try making a default transform. Make the transform. And we're just going to feed this in. And then we are going to take this and we are going to attach it to our character. So let's go ahead and attach to component. And the component that we're going to attach to is our mesh. And the socket is going to be the hand right. And we are going to snap to target. And our relative, we'll keep our rotation. Let's try keeping our world. Let's see what that looks like. When we play now, we should be spawning this weapon. It should have all of that stuff. It should be attached. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, so it is there. However, it is not attached. So, and we also, do have an error. Root component cannot be attached to other components in the same aborting. Hold on a second. Oh, the target. We need to set our target here. Compile and save. Okay, so you'll notice that the weapon is now in our character's hand. That's exactly where we want it. But there's a couple other things. The whole reason we came back here is because we're kind of trying to stumble through this. We're trying to stumble forward, take the steps back, just as if you were building this yourself. Okay, so here's the thing. We're spawning our weapon, but what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to we want to store this weapon as our character's primary weapon. So I'm actually going to add a variable here, and I'm going to call this primary weapon. And this is going to be of type WeaponBase. And it's going to be an object reference. And I do want to set my primary weapon to this one that we have spawned. So let's set our primary weapon to be this. We can feed this in. That's great. And then the other thing that I want to do is when we spawn our weapon, I want to set the owner. I want the weapon to know who is currently holding it. So for our weapon, let's go ahead and add a variable in here, and we're going to call this the weapon owner. And this is going to be of type third person character object reference. So let's compile and save everything real quick. Save all. Okay, so now that we've got everything saved, we've got our owner. Now let's go back to our third person character. Now eventually we're going to move this into a different event. There's going to be a different way of equipping our weapons. But for now, what's cool to understand is that when we spawn this weapon, we've already put in our blueprints, but notice that we don't have a handle to the weapon owner. If I right click on here and choose refresh node, after, I do need to do one thing. In our weapon base, I need to make sure that our weapon owner is instance editable and exposed on spawn. Compile and save. Let's go back to our third person character. Now we can refresh this and you'll notice the weapon owner shows up. I want to change this to self. So we'll get a reference to self. And the reason I'm doing that is because we are going to use this owner to decide which way the player is facing so that we can choose which way we're going to be shooting our projectiles. So we'll go ahead and compile and save that. We'll double check that everything looks good. It does. It's great. No problems, no errors. Awesome. Now, in order to spawn, or in order to actually execute this attack, what we need is the ability to call it. And there's a couple different things. So let's start with spawning this projectile. So here's what we're going to do. When the weapon attack happens, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the weapon owner. I am going to get the actor location. And with that actor location, I am going to, let's split this spawn struct. This is where we're going to spawn it. Now we may be updating this later due to collisions, etc. And we're also going to get the actor rotation. We're going to feed that into our rotation, and we'll keep our initial speed. Let's go initial speed of, let's say 2000 for example. We do not have a target right now. We're going with straight shots because this is our default weapon. And then what we want to do is we also want to set these values for our projectile shooter and the instigator. And I'm going to change this to a nice hot pink so we can see what's happening. So whenever we call weapon attack, this is going to spawn our projectile base. So what we need is we need a way to shoot our weapon. So let's go ahead and set that up. Compile and save everything before we do, just in case. Okay, so in order to allow our weapon to shoot, what we need to do is we need to add an input. So over here under input, underneath our third person folder, we have our jump, look, and move. I am going to duplicate jump, and I'm going to call this input action IA underscore primary attack. Okay, and this is all part of the enhanced movement stuff, or enhanced input stuff that came with Unreal Engine 5. But basically, input and input mapping context are basically how we do input now, if you're coming from old school stuff. But for everybody who's used to the new stuff, this should be pretty straightforward. So we have our primary attack. Now I do want to update my triggers. I'm going to just go ahead and get rid of the released. Digital Boolean is fine. So we now have our input action for primary attack. Let's go ahead and take a look at our mappings. So in our mapping context for the default one, we need to add one. So let's go ahead and add primary attack, and we need to pick a key. If we click on this keyboard, the next thing we click will be what fires this input action. So that is a left mouse button. That's what I want it on. Okay, so now we have our input action. Now we need to actually call it from within our third person character. So here's what we're going to do in our third person character. We are down here underneath our input action for jump. We're going to call our primary attack. If we type primary attack, you'll see our input action primary attack shows up. When it's triggered, what we want to do is we want to take our primary weapon and we want to attack. We're just going to call attack. It's this simple. Theoretically, you say it's this simple and then we go to click the button and it doesn't work. So let's see how this goes. So theoretically, we should have a way, if we save all, that now when we press play, as we're facing forward, if we click, you can see that it is in fact shooting. Now, we do have a problem. We're getting this pretty crazy flash, and I believe this is because of an overlapping thing. So let's well, we've got a couple issues. So one of the issues is you'll notice that my projectiles live forever. They just keep on going. We have this flashing that's happening as a result of the spawning of our projectiles. So let's try a couple things here. So let's take our weapon base when we attack, or when we spawn our projectiles. Right now they're spawning inside of our character. Let's move them out front. Let's try moving them out front a little bit. So what we're going to do is I'm going to get the forward vector here. And with that, I am going to multiply that by a single precision float. And let's say of 100, not 400, 100. I'm going to add that to my actor location, and that is going to be where we're going to spawn. So let's give that another try, compile and save see if we're still getting that. Okay, we are no longer getting that jolt. So what we're doing is we are spawning our projectiles outside of our character's mesh. Now, theoretically, they should ignore the shooter. We would probably want them to ignore the shooter, but for now, this is great. Now let's address, I believe the next thing we want to do is address our projectiles that are living forever. So yes, let's go ahead and do that. If we take a look at our projectile base, basically what happens is when these get created, we begin play, we go through and we do all of our velocity calculations, etc. If we hit an object, we are going to affect the health of the object, and then we're going to destroy the projectile self, because within the world of the projectile self is the projectile, so it gets destroyed. There is nowhere else this gets destroyed. So what we're going to do is we are going to create an event called MissFire. So, and what we're going to do is we're going to connect that. So let's add a custom event. Add an event. It's going to be a custom event. This is going to be event MissFire. Let me zoom in so you all can see that. We don't need this overlap and tick. Let's just get rid of it. Cool. Okay, tick is actually going to come back later, but so we have MissFire, and all we're going to do in MissFire is we are going to destroy the actor. Now, when do we want to do this? We want to do this if too much time has gone by. So let's set timer by event. Set timer by event. And the event that we are going to call when our timer is up is MissFire. And the amount of time we're going to spend is 5 seconds. We're not going to worry about looping because we're basically going to be destroying ourselves after this. So compile and save. Sure, save all for good measure. Let's go ahead and press play. And now let's shoot. It looks like it disappeared. So let's back up a little bit. Actually, you know what? Let's just shorten that just to make sure it's working. Let's go 2 seconds. Play. And then we'll switch it back to 5. Yep, they're all disappearing. So now our projectiles no longer live for forever, which is great. So let's come back here. We'll switch this back to 5. Now, we're probably going to adjust the projectile lifetime based on the weapon, based on how far in the distance we can see, all kinds of different stuff. But now that we've done all of that, what we want to do is we want to address our weapon cooldown. And what I mean by that is every time I click, I can shoot, but I can shoot as fast as I can click. So I can create a steady stream of projectiles. Now we don't quite want that because we're actually going to use cooldown as an upgrade that you can get. And we're going to want to be able to set that. So here's what we're going to do. In our weapon base, we're going to add a new variable. This is going to be cooldown. And this is going to be a float. Okay? And we need a helper variable as well. And this one is going to be previous attack time. So let's compile and save this. Now what we want to do is we want to basically gate whether or not we can attack. So the way we're going to do that is, let's just make this a little bit easier to read. Okay. Okay, so the way we're going to do that is, let's just set our default cooldown in here to 1 second, for example. What we want to do is get time in seconds, I believe it is. Get game time in seconds. Here's what I want to know. I want to know if the game time in seconds is greater than the previous attack time, which defaults to 0, plus the cooldown. So when we first start, and I'm going to explain this in a second, and if that is true, we're going to attack. So if that's true, we're going to attack. And if it's false, let's just do nothing for right now. As we're testing, we'll decide if we're going to do anything with that later. So let's walk through this. First time we attack, actually we definitely need the false. First time we attack, we're going to get the game time in seconds. Who knows when we click the button? Let's call it 10 seconds. All right. Our previous attack time is 0 because we haven't done anything with it yet. So our previous attack time of 0 plus the cooldown, which is default of 1, is 1 second. So is the game time 10 seconds greater than 1? Yes, it is. You are allowed to attack. Now, when we attack, what we want to do is we want to set the previous attack time. So let's go ahead and do that. Set the previous attack time. And we're going to set the previous attack time to be the game time in seconds. Okay. Now, what's going to happen then the second time through is, let's say at the 10-second mark, we set our previous attack time and we click the button again right away. So when we come back through here, what is happening is our game time in seconds is, let's say it's 10.2 seconds. Okay. And our previous attack time is 10 seconds. So 10 plus 1 for cooldown is 11. Is 10.2 greater than 11? No, it's not. So it's not going to let us fire. So let's see if we have successfully created a cooldown for a weapon. So if it's true, as fast as I'm clicking, and I know you can't see it, I can only fire a shot every second right now, which is perfect. And just to double check and test it, if we set our default cooldown to 0.1, for example, or actually let's go something like 0.4. The reason we're doing that is so that we can see a noticeable difference, but it's not as fast as we would potentially want it to be. Okay, perfect. Now we've got a weapon cooldown build. It's pretty cool. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do next? How about we build an enemy? So we need an enemy. So in order to build our enemy, let's go back to our, let's see here, our third person game. This is our third person game mode. Here's our blueprints folder. I'm going to create a new blueprint from class, and this is going to be a character. So this is going to be our BP enemy base. And what we want to do with our enemy base is inside of here, we're going to make some changes to it. So we're not actually going to have a mesh. Let's just go ahead and add a visual mesh, a static mesh, because we're not worried about hardening this up. So we're adding a sphere, and I am going to take this sphere and I'm just going to scale it to fit inside of our capsule. Okay, and I'm going to make it a little bit taller. And then for testing, let's drop our enemy on our map, compile and save. Okay, so when we press play, we have an enemy. However, and even, oh that's cool, even our projectiles hit our enemy and explode. You can see the little bits of confetti that are happening, and actually we could probably make that way brighter if we increased our weapon base. Actually in here, this VFX color that we're spawning, if we amp this, we can go, let's say 75 and 100. This is probably going to make this glow crazy. Maybe you'll be able to see the confetti a little bit better. There you go. Now you can actually see it a little bit better. Cool. Okay. So, but we have our enemy. They can't move and we can't do damage to them. So this is where all the stuff that we migrated over comes in. So what we want to do is we want to give our enemy a sense of health. So let's do that. Okay, so in our enemy, I'm going to go ahead and add a health component here. If we type in health, here's our component health. And if we look at it, our default health is going to be 0. Our max health is 100. Now, what we want to do is we want to make it so that when we hit our enemy with our projectile, we're actually doing damage. But right now, we have not implemented the affect health event, which we need to do. So what do I mean by that? Let's go back and take a look at our projectile base. when our projectile base hits another actor, what it does is it calls into this blueprint interface for affecting health. Now, if you haven't watched our blueprint interface demystified video, and these are foreign, I'm going to try to explain it briefly, but if you want to know more, if you wanted to click, probably go back and watch that. There's probably a card around here somewhere. So all the blueprint interfaces is it's a messaging service. It's a communication system between blueprints that doesn't mean, or it helps us not to have to do any kind of casting or anything. So all that happens is when this projectile hits something, what it does is it says, hey, I understand affecting health. If you do too, do the thing, affect the health in this case. So it sends a message, affect the health. If the person hit knows how to affect health, the character will do that. Otherwise, it just gets ignored. So the actual projectile is affecting health properly, but our enemy base does not. And we know that because we can take a look at our class settings and we notice that we do not have any implemented interfaces here. So what we want to do is let's add one. Let's do health. So here's our blueprint interface for affecting health. And what that does, you'll notice that gives us the ability to affect the health. If we are in our event graph, and we can get rid of all this begin play, everything for right now. If we affect health, let's implement the event. This is where we actually want to affect our health. This is the thing that will get called. Now, what do we want to do when we affect our health? We want to use our health component and actually do the affecting. So with our health component, let's get that and let's call affect health. And the affect health event is going to be here. Now, let's see what happens just by setting that up. Step by step. So theoretically, we might be affecting health, but I don't know if we are. So let's go ahead and see if we're actually hitting this. Make sure that our blueprint interface is working. It is. So we are affecting health. So theoretically, every time a projectile hits our enemy, what is happening is, if we look at our affecting health, we are decreasing the amount of health for that character by 50. Well, if our enemy has max health of 100, so that's our default health of 100, why is it that our enemy is not basically terminating? So let's take a look at what's happening in affect health. So if we have affect health, we come in here, we set our stuff, and we're going to call on terminate if our health is less than or equal to 0. Here's what I want to know. Are we reaching this? And then I'm going to explain how that works. Should be 2 shots. We are reaching this. Okay, so let's escape out of this. Now, what is happening is when we come in here, this terminate is a dispatcher. Now, we went over all of this stuff in our enemies, setting up the health bars and everything like that. But what a dispatcher is another kind of messaging service that allows us to pass information between blueprints. So what we're going to do in our enemy is on begin play for our enemy, we are going to basically tell the health component that we are going to listen for on terminate as part of the dispatch. We're going to subscribe to that dispatcher, which let's go ahead and just do it. So add in an event, and this is going to begin play. What we are going to do is on begin play. Oh, here's our on begin play. We are going to get our health component. We are going to bind event to on terminate. So this is going to basically subscribe to the on terminate event. What that means is whenever the component sends a message to terminate on terminate, anybody who is subscribed to it, listening to it, is going to do a thing. Now, what is the thing that it's going to do? In this case, we are going to create a new event. Let's add a custom event. Whoops. We're going to add a custom event, and this is going to be event do terminate. I'm calling this do terminate because basically we have on terminate, we have the event terminate in the component for health, and we have there's just a lot of terminates. I want it clear that this is a separate event. This is the one that's going to get called, and all we are going to do is, in the case of terminate, let's go ahead and call terminate. Now, the reason we're doing this, by the way, and actually let's just create a copy of this health component down here just so it's not confusing. Okay, so what's going to happen is when the termination happens, we are going to call when this actually gets triggered, we are going to call the default terminate. Now, what happens in the default terminate for our health component? Here we go. We get the mesh. If the mesh is valid, we are going to set simulate physics. We're going to do some rigid body. This is all of the stuff that we were doing to do ragdoll for our enemies, but these enemies don't have a mesh. None of that stuff is valid. So if we call on terminate, nothing is going to happen. Actually, let's go ahead and show you what I'm talking about. So even though we're calling terminate, nothing happens. Now we know we're calling terminate. By the way, we have our brain component. We have a stop logic issue here. So this is happening as part of player controller. We'll get to that in a second. And what we're going to do is, if it's not valid, let's just go ahead and skip all of this stuff. We can skip to here, I believe. Let's see here. What we're going to do is we're going to check to see if we don't have a mesh. That's fine. We're not going to do any of this ragdoll stuff. We're going to check to see if the player controller is valid, which it's probably not because it's the enemy. So if it's not valid, we're going to stop the AI controller and everything like that. So I believe we may have an issue with that. And then if we can respawn, we're going to revive. And if not, we do nothing. We need to do something if we can't revive. And that's where we want to actually go ahead and destroy the actor. So the actor we're going to destroy is going to be the component. Let's see here, our owner. So let's get our owner. Get the owner of this component, and we're going to destroy the actor. If we can spell destroy. Destroy the actor. Destroy actor. Okay, so if we do not revive, we are going to destroy the actor. So let's compile and save this, and let's see if we can actually terminate an enemy. Look at that. Sweet, we are getting there. Our game is coming along. Our mini game, which is going to turn into an epic game because this is a crazy tutorial, is coming along. So now we have the ability to shoot a weapon. We have cooldown. We have an enemy. We can terminate our enemy. We have an error that is something that stop logic is not valid. Let's go ahead and double check that. What we should do is let's make sure that this is valid before we try to stop it. If it is valid, we are going to stop it. And if it's not valid, we are going to go ahead and continue on to this branch. For example, let's see if that gets rid of that error. 2 shots, running around, escape, no error. Beautiful. Okay. So now that we have all that stuff working, now the next thing that we need to do is we need to have our enemy come at the player. Because this is a horde mode, right? It's a mob mode. This is mob dash, dash mob. So what we want is we want our enemies when they spawn to start chasing our player. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So for our enemies, what we're going to do is we're going to introduce the idea of a target actor. And this target actor is going to be a third person character object reference. I think that's what we want to use. And then on begin play, what we're going to do is we're going to get the player controller. We're going to get the player pawn, and we are going to cast that to a third person, and then we are going to set our target. Okay, so now that the enemy has an idea of a target, now what we want to do is let's just do a simple MoveTo. Let's give that a shot. So simple MoveTo actor, and the actor that we're going to move to is going to be our target actor. And the controller is, let's get our AI controller. This should be from our self, actually. We do need a reference to the self. So for ourself, because the enemy is the self, we're going to get our AI controller, and then we're going to do a simple MoveTo. So let's compile and save everything, and let's see how that goes. Okay, that does not work. Why doesn't that work? If you think back to a bunch of the other tutorials that we've done, the reason this doesn't work, or at least one reason, is because the enemy has no way to know where it can navigate right now, because we have not defined what is called the nav mesh. The nav mesh is what allows your enemy AI, or any AI basically, to know where it can and cannot go. So the way that we define or determine how a nav mesh works is we create something called nav mesh bounds. So here's our nav mesh bound value. When we drop this in, if I press the P key, it's going to show you what is valid with a green square. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this to cover the entire map, for example. Put this in the middle, scale it up so it fits. Okay, and left and right. And it looks like I'm not too worried about Z offset. Okay, so let's do that. So now that we have our nav mesh defined, let me get rid of it. We know it's defined properly. So far, we are still not moving. So, oh, I know what's happened. Okay, so the problem is, and this is important to understand about the nav mesh. Take a look at what's going on. Our nav mesh has a giant hole in it. Why does it have a hole in it? It has a hole in it because when we added this sphere to our character, what it does is then the Unreal's smart and it will change the nav mesh based on what you have in here. So for example, if I drop a cube in here, if I move this down, look at how it updates. Wherever I put this cube, this nav mesh, wherever it's green, I cannot navigate there. So what's happening is our enemy is fighting with itself over the nav mesh. So what we need to do in this sphere is we want to change this to, there's an option here, there's a variable can ever affect navigation. So let's compile and save that. And then we don't need this delay anymore. I'm going to let it ride. That is just going to work. And then I'm going to connect in our target actor again, compile and save that, and go ahead and press play. Look at that. So now we have an enemy that is moving towards us. That is awesome. Now, there's a couple things. It does stop once it gets to us and things like that. We'll probably need to update it so that it can continue tracking. But we have an enemy, we can shoot it, it does come toward us. That's awesome. Now, let's kind of level this whole thing up, and let's go ahead and add the idea of a spawner. Okay, so what we need is a new blueprint. This is going to be an actor. This is going to be our BP spawn base. And this is what we are going to use to spawn our character. So let's see here. We might as well just go ahead and drop this in the scene. We can drop it back here. And I'll just put it right here, for example. And then what I want to do is, we don't need our enemy because we're going to be spawning our enemy with our spawner. So let's go ahead and take a look at our spawn base. open that up, compile and save. We don't need to worry about visuals, there are none, but what we do want to do is we're going to get rid of tick, begin overlap and everything like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to set a timer in here so that every second it spawns a new enemy. So to do that, let's set timer by event. And the event that we are going to create is going to be event spawn. So let's add a custom event spawn, and that is what we're going to connect this to. Okay, and that's going to be 1. And this is going to be a looping timer. So every second it's going to spawn a new enemy. Now, eventually, when we get to balancing our game and setting the difficulty and all those kinds of things, we can change the speed at which enemies spawn or how many, etc. But for now, let's just get one of these to spawn. So we have our event spawn, and let's just go ahead and spawn actor from class. And the class that we're going to spawn from is our enemy class, enemy base. Enemy base. Now, this is where we need to pick where we're actually going to spawn at, the spawn location. In this case, what we want to do is we want to find a spot somewhere around our spawner that we can use to spawn our enemies. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to get the actor location. And this is, the actor location is the location of our spawner. Okay, and then what I want to do is I want to get a random location in navigable radius. So what this is going to do is this is going to find a random location around the spawner that is within the navigable radius. What that means is an enemy can spawn there and can walk around. So that's what we want. And what we're going to do is we are going to, let's go ahead and make a transform. And we'll connect it up. And we can just put this here. Okay, so what we want to see is every second a new enemy pops up. Now, what should happen, but it's not going to work, and I'll explain why in a second, I don't think it's going to work at least. So once our enemy spawns, it sets its target and then it starts moving to the actor. So let's see how that goes. So if we press play, you can see okay, so there's an enemy. That's 1 second. Oh, we messed up. We did not set the radius of our spawn base. So notice our radius is 0, so they were spawning on top of each other, if at all. So let's give it a, let's say 500 radius, compile and save, press play. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, they're all working. Why aren't they chasing me? Okay, the reason they're not moving towards me, even though I can now shoot, destroy, and terminate them, that's great. But the reason they're not actually coming at me is because, and we do have a access none trying to get AI, return value in this branch. Where is this? In our component health. Okay, so we'll have to deal with this in a minute, but let's get back to why is it they are not coming at us. So when we spawn our enemy, where is it? Enemy base. So if you recall, inside of our class defaults, if we look for AI, one of the things that we did is the AI auto possess is set when it's placed in the world. These are not being placed in the world. These are being spawned. So what we need to do is we need to up this to be spawned. So when we do that, the AI will possess on spawn, and as a result of that, now you'll notice that the AI is moving, it's coming at me wherever I happen to be. They're all coming to get me, and our game is coming along. There we go, y'all. We're getting there. Okay, let's not get too lost with playing our game or too excited because we have a ways to go. So let's change a couple things. Right now, when we take a look at this, you'll notice that our enemies are running right at me. What we want to do is, what this means is they're all going to funnel basically straight at me. It would be cooler if they kind of came at us in a wave, and then as they got closer at a certain point, they kind of came in like a funnel almost. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let's compile, let's save all. Let's save all that. There was a little bit of a hitch there. I want to make sure that we don't lose everything. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. When our enemy spawns, where are we going to do this? Okay, that's our spawner. That's not what we want. Enemy base. Okay, here we go. Rather than a simple move to, what we want to do is we want to do, let's do a simple move to location. And what we're going to do is, this is our target actor. We're going to get a random get in radius. Actually, let's just drag off here. Random radius. So get random location in navigable radius. And what we're going to do, so the location we're going to get is around our target. So let's get the actor location. So this is our target. This is the point. And let's get a 250 unit radius, for example. So what this is going to do is it's going to get a random location within the navigable radius. And then what we are going to do is, with our AI controller, rather than a simple move to actor, what we're going to do is we're going to do a simple move to location. So let me show you what that looks like. Simple move to location. The location that we're going to move to is somewhere around our actor. Now what we need to do, so let's see what this looks like. So now, rather than all funneling to the same point, they're all moving to a location somewhere around our hero. This feels a lot better because it doesn't feel like they're funneling all in the same direction. And there are things we can do to flatten it out. We can make it just basically units, all, alongside. We can increase our radius. I think our radius is probably a little small there. We don't need our standard macros. Let's go ahead and do that. Enemy base, let's say 500. 500, for example. Okay, so all this does is it gives us a reasonable, and each of these is, I believe, 100, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so these are anywhere around our character. Now what we want to do is, once they get within a certain range, oh, it's interesting, they are overlapping our cameras as well, but we'll fix that. Once they get in a certain range, we do want them to go ahead and start honing in on the player. So to do that, we need to update. We need to basically do an update here. So we're going to reuse this. So Control X to save it for later. And let's think about what we're going to do here. Okay, what we are going to do is we are going to create a new event. And this new event is going to be another custom event. Add event. And that custom event is called, has no name. We're going to call this event update target. And this is going to happen every second, I think. We're basically going to create another timer by event. And what we're going to do in here is we are going to check to see if the enemy, get actor location, and we are going to get our target. We're going to get that location. We're going to check the distance. So let's get the distance. That's a vector. Okay, and if that distance is less than, I'm thinking 1,000, then what we're going to do, if that's true, we are going to change our MoveTo to be a move to the one that we copy and pasted. We're going to change our MoveTo to be move to actor. So let's see here. So if the distance is less than 1,000, then we're going to change our AI controller to move to target, and our target is going to be, our goal is going to be the target actor. Now, we can also use this false to potentially fix another part of this, but let's just double check to see if this works. So when they get to within 1,000, oh, actually we didn't connect it. We do need to connect it real quick. So here's what we're going to do. At the end of this, we are going to make sure we don't have, all this should still be cool. So let's set timer by event. And the event, how many timer by events do we have right now? We don't have any in here. That's great. Okay, so the event that we're going to call is going to be this one, which is our update target. And we are going to do that every second, and we can make that looping. Compile and save. And let's go ahead and, yeah, we're going to keep that because our character can move. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see if this works. So they're spawning, they're running to random locations around me. As they get closer, we want to see them change and start coming right at me. You can see them doing that now. That feels better. Now, 1,000 maybe to, it's actually not that bad. So now they're swarming around me. This is perfect. This is exactly what we want. It's going to have a nice feel to it. And it also means that if there's obstacles in the ways and things like that, they're not just going to all funnel through one place and just make it super easy to destroy them all. So, okay, let's see where we are before we continue on. We're definitely going to compile and save all. Compile and save all. All right. Now, what would be cool is if we could see the health bars on our enemies. So right now there's no concept of when they're going to get terminated. So let's go ahead and add a health bar to our enemy so that we can do that. Okay. Also, you'll notice that if they reach their location and I start moving again, if they were outside of the MoveTo range, they no longer update. So we do want to actually, let's make one quick change to that before we add our health bar to our enemy. What I mean by that is when they get to their destination as part of this simple MoveTo location, that becomes true. But if they never get to within 1,000 units, they basically just stop where they are. So if this is false, what we kind of want to do is we kind of want to do this same thing again. So let's go ahead and up here, let's reuse this. I'm going to move this up. I'm going to take our target actor. I'm going to get the location. If it's false, I'm going to get the random and the radius, simple MoveTo, and we'll do that. Let's see what that does to our movement. So they're kind of drifting and jiving a little bit. So let's do this. Does anybody stop anymore when they get within the radius? No. So when they get to their final, actually this is kind of awesome. It actually looks pretty cool. How they're moving and stuff. Okay, cool. So we fixed that. Now what we said that we wanted to be able to do is we wanted to be able to add a health bar. So to do that, we're going to use the health bar widget that we brought over, which is over here. This is our health bar. We're just going to add this to our enemies. So inside our enemies, let's add a widget. Okay. And then what we want to do on begin play, once again, let's create a widget. And the widget that we're going to create is a health bar widget. Nope, not heath bar, health bar. And the owning player is not going to worry about that. We do want our health component. And then what we're going to do with that is we are going to set the widget. Okay, which is automatically going to grab our widget and do that. And if we put this in here and we press play, do we see a health bar? There's going to be a couple issues with it. They are giant. Okay, we don't need health bars that big. So let's make a couple changes to our health bar. So first off, we want this to be in screen space, and let's make it 100 units by 10 units. So let's compile and save that. Let's go ahead and press play and see if we have a more reasonable health bar. We do. We want to make one more change to our health bar now that we can see this. Actually, let's do a couple more changes. So what we're going to do is we are going to enter viewport. We're going to move our widget so it's just above our character's head. So compile and save that. Now when we play, you'll notice that the health bars are above the character's head. That's great. But Let's think about this for a second. Do we want the option to hide the health bars? Because that is a lot of health bars. The answer is yes. I think what we want to do, is for these little enemies, these are going to be one-shot, one-kill enemies. So we don't need health bars on these. So for all our popcorn enemies, no health bars. But when we get to the bigger enemies, or bosses or whatever, you might want to have a health bar. So let's go ahead and add to our enemy, let's see here, enemy, the idea of a new variable, and it is called the show health bar. Okay, and what we're going to do, this is going to be a boolean, file save, and then in our event graph, we are going to set this to invisible based on this. So let's get the B show health bar. I'm going to make this instance editable and expose on spawn. I think that's what we want to do. Probably, because depending on how we're spawning them, we may want to change that. And then what we'll do is we will, if this is not true, so we have a not boolean here. So if it's not true, then we want to set the visibility. Set the visibility to hidden. Okay, so the default for show health bar should be false. So when we start now, we should have no health bars. We have no health bars. Perfect. So that's working. Okay. All of our characters are spawning and we have a game. Now that projectile lasted for quite a long time. We may want to change that. So this is awesome. So we've got health, we've got enemies, we've got weapons, we've got attacks. Let's take a look at what we're going to do next. I think it's time for us to set up a few of the things that make our experience start to feel more like a game. So we need maybe a HUD for a scoreboard. We need the idea of a scoreboard. We need to track how many enemies we've killed. We need to create all of our win conditions and everything like that, which means we need a game mode. So the game mode is going to determine or monitor the rules and everything that we're going to be using for our game. So in our gameplay, I'm going to go ahead and create a new game mode. Let's see here. And we do need to so we're going to go ahead and game mode, and we're going to call this mob dash. Okay, I do want to reset our settings so you all can see this again. So we're even Steven. Okay, our game mode is basically going to keep track of a couple of things for us. What we want to keep track of is, let's keep track of a few things. Let's keep track of the total enemies that we've ever created. Let's keep track of the amount of enemies our player has terminated, and we'll probably call that something else. And then eventually we're going to use this to figure out whether or not we've won or not. So let's add some variables. Let's call this total enemies. This is going to be an integer. And then let's create another one, and this is going to be our carnage count. Carnage count. That's how many that we've actually destroyed. I'm going to create one more just in case. We'll call this our current enemies, because I want to keep track of how many are currently alive, just mostly for debug, just to kind of get a sense of how many enemies are on screen and whether or not we're properly terminating them, things like that. So that's great. That's what we need there. Then what we're going to do is we are going to define a couple of functions in here. We don't need tick or begin play, but let's add a new event. And the event we're going to add is going to be event update enemy count. And I'm going to add another event that is also a custom event. This is going to be event increment carnage. All right, now each of these, what we want to do is we are just going to take our current carnage count and we are going to add it to 1. So basically what we want is when the player terminates an enemy, we want to call our increment carnage count. Now, if updating our enemy count is slightly different, what we want to do is we're going to, we could do this one at a time, or we could do it by 4. Currently in our spawner, this is something to look at. When we spawn an enemy, we're only spawning 1 enemy. What it's possible that we want to do is we want to spawn more than 1 enemy. But I think probably the easiest thing is we're just going to take our current enemies, we're going to get that, and we are going to, let's go ahead and add to this, or let's just increment that. So that's going to increment our current enemies. So those are the ones on screen. And then actually, no, here's what we're going to do. We are going to add a variable to this. Our input is going to be number of enemies. And the reason we're going to do this is number of enemies. This is going to be an integer because this could be positive or negative. So let's change this. So the current enemies is going to be the number of enemies plus the current enemies. And then we're also going to check to see, and we're going to go ahead and set the current enemies. Let's go ahead and set this. So if we have 20 enemies on screen and we spawn 1 more, we're going to take our current enemies, we're going to add 1 to it. If we have 20 enemies on screen and we terminate 1, then we're going to reduce it. So this could be a positive or a negative number. So that's going to set our current enemies. And then what we're going to do is if this is a positive number, so if this is greater than 0, I'm going to increment our total enemies. Now, technically, what we want to do here is if there's ever a time where we pass in more than 1 enemy, we would potentially want to make sure we're not incrementing, but we're actually adding the number of enemies that we've added. So probably what we should do is we should take total enemies and add just in case. So let's go ahead and do that. And then rather than, I'm going to switch these just for cleanliness of lines. Let's move this up. So then we'll set our total enemies. Okay, so now we have the idea of keeping track of our carnage count and our total enemy count. So what we want to do is go ahead and connect all these up. In order to connect these up, there's 2 bits that we need. We need to increase, so for example in our spawner, when we set the timer by event, we spawn an enemy actor. What we want to do in here is we want to get the game mode. So rather than getting the game mode every time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the game mode, and I am going to promote this to a variable. So, and let's rename this variable to be the game mode. That way we don't have to constantly keep getting it. And then what we'll do is, before we do that, actually let's cast this 1 time. We're going to cast this to the mob dash game mode. Although we don't have to. We could use a blueprint interface. I'm not that worried about this 1 cast. This is just 1 cast at the beginning of this. So we'll get the game mode. We'll go ahead and cast it to a mob dash base. And then rather than setting that here, what we'll do is we'll set it over here. And I'm going to change this to be, hold on, disconnect a bunch of stuff. Oops, I do need that. Get the game mode, cast that to mob-base, and then let's delete this and promote this to a variable. And we're going to call this the game mode mob-dash. Okay. All right, now with that, what we're going to do with mob-dash is whenever we spawn an actor, we're going to, what do we call that? We're going to update the enemy account. So let's update the enemy count. And it's going to be 1 in this case. Okay, so now every time we spawn an enemy, we're updating the count. It's great. Now what we need to do is in our enemy base, whenever our character gets terminated, which is here, there's a whole lot of stuff. We want to make sure that no matter here, actually on this one, what we want to do is we want to make sure we have, once again, let's get our game mode. So rather than getting the game mode every time, we'll do the same thing for our enemies. So on begin play, get the game mode, and let's cast this to a mob dash. Promote that to a variable. And then what we'll do down here is we're going to carnage. We're going to increment the carnage. Now, when we increment the carnage, what we can do is we can just call, wait, where's our game mode? Here's our game mode. What we can do is we can actually just call our update enemy count. Nope, not copy paste. Let's call enemy count, and in this case we're going to go ahead and go -1. So when we destroy an enemy, we're going to update our enemy count by -1. Okay, so now we're tracking our total enemies, we're tracking our carnage, we're doing all that stuff. So let's once again save all, and what we need to do, let's compile this too, save this. Now that we have it, we could print it to test it. We could go ahead and do that just to test it. So in our game mode, let's just do it every single time we call update enemies. We are going to let's do a print string. Actually, we'll just do a print string right here. And we'll just do it on the carnage count. Okay, so let's just see if that's incrementing. I am not seeing any print strings happening. So either we are not hitting that, or we've got it connected. Improv access none, trying to access game mode mob dash. So our game mode is not valid. It's not valid because it is not our default game mode. That's why. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. For this particular map, let's bring up our world settings. Window, world settings. And currently we don't have a game mode set. Interesting. So here we go. Now our game mode is game mode mob dash. We have our default pawns. We have all of these things. Let's go ahead and save all. And let's see if we hit that now. Oh, interesting. Hold on. Our default pawn is incorrect for this. We want this to be third person character. Player controller's fine. Player state's fine. There we go. It defaulted to first person. Oh, there we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. Our carnage is printing. It's up there in the top left. That's great. So now what we want to do is we want to create a HUD for this. So let's do that. Okay, so let's save our game mode. Compile and save. Let's come back here and let's, underneath this third person folder, let's just make a UI folder. UI. And in here, let's create a new, see where we get our HUD from. HUD. Select. So this is going to be, let's call this HUD mob dash. I'm wondering, the reason I'm doing this is maybe we have a different HUD for different modes or whatever, but for now we'll just do this. Okay, so in here, compile and save. Now we need to create, for our HUD, we actually need to create the actual widgets and everything. So to do that, let's create a widget blueprint that we're going to fill in for this. So there we go. If we right click and we choose a new user interface widget, I am going to go with user widget. This is going to be the widget blueprint. I'm going to call this the HUD for now. Okay, and in here we have some designery things to do. So let's add in, we want 3 different things. So let's go ahead and make, should we do a border? Let me think about this for a second. Let's do a canvas panel. Let's do a canvas panel. Okay. And in this canvas panel, we're going to put in a, I believe we want a horizontal box. All right. If you're new to UI, we have a whole series on UI, but basically all we're doing is we're breaking this up into pieces that we can then add our little visual pieces to. And we're going to have pieces inside of pieces. So let's add another horizontal box in here. Okay, so we have our canvas, then we have one horizontal box, and then we have another horizontal box inside. So let's just change all of these to anchors. I believe we want this to be fill. Let's try this. Nope. There we go. Okay, so there we go. And then offset, let's go 0 and 0. So now it fills the whole screen. It's great. And then in here we have our horizontal box. Now, anything we add to this horizontal box is going to basically stack horizontally. So let's go ahead and add in, and I'll show you, that's just by adding in some text. So let's go 1 text box, 2 text box. See how they're stacking? There we go. But the problem is we don't want them all stacked like this. What I want to do is, and I also want to be able to have a description of what it is and then the actual text. Description, text, description, text. So we're going to make one more horizontal box inside of here. Let's do this. Horizontal box inside of here. And then I'm going to take this text, I'm going to drop it in here, and I'm going to call this total enemy count. Okay. And then I'm going to duplicate this box twice, delete these other 2 texts. this one is going to have, rather than total enemy count, we are going to call this current enemy count. And then we are going to have another one, and this is going to be our carnage count. Okay. Now we need another text box in each of these, so let's duplicate this. And we're going to change this to be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll do the same thing here. And what we're going to do is we're going to bind this. Oops, I must have typed that in the wrong place. Okay, so we have our total enemy count, our current enemy count, and our carnage count. Let's make this a little more readable. Put in some colons. And then what we'll also do is we will kind of spread these out so that they fill the screen, I believe is what we want. Fill, fill, and fill. Okay, but I think we want this one to be right aligned, and we want this one to be left aligned, and then we want the middle one to be middle aligned. Okay, so now they're in their places. That's good, but we want one other thing. This is gonna be too close to the top. So let's put in a buffer, a padding. See, this is our top one. I think this is the one I want to put the padding on top. Let's try 50. There we go. That'll be good. Okay, cool. So now we have our padding, we have our carnage counts and everything like that. Let's just see if we can get this to show up on our character. So in our game mode, we're going to change our HUD class to be the HUD mob dash. And then what we want to do is, let's go ahead and compile and save all of this. But when we press play, it's not going to be added. So we need to also add the HUD. But where we add the HUD is going to be in our HUD for the mob dash. So in our event graph, we don't need tick or any of these things. In begin play, we are going to create widget blueprint. Nope. Widget. There we go. And this is going to be our HUD. And then we are going to simply add to viewport. So theoretically, because we're using all the default stuff that's part of the game mode, we have a HUD. Okay, dude, our game is coming along. Okay, so now none of the counts work. Nothing's connected. How do we connect all this stuff? So let's go ahead and do that. A couple things. One, we can get rid of this print string. We do not need that. And what we want to do is we want to connect in our widget. So here's our widget. So let's take a couple of these and make these as variables. So this is going to be our text total enemy. This is a variable. Well, I don't think we need to do that, but let's actually just go text current enemy. I don't think I actually need to do this, but I'm going to do it anyways, just out of habit. This is our text carnage count. Okay, now the reason I don't think I need to do this is what we're going to do when our HUD begin play starts, or construct. We are going to get the game mode. We're going to get the game mode. I'm going to cast this to a mob dash game mode. Assuming that is successful, I'm going to promote that to a variable and set that. Okay, so now in our designer, what I'm going to do for our total enemy count, if I click on it, you'll see over here next to this text I can bind it. So I'm going to create a binding and I'm going to bind this. This may be showing up off screen, so let me make this smaller just so you can see this right here. Hold on. Okay, so you can see what I'm clicking on. Over here on our enemy, over here in text, when I click on bind, this is for our total enemy. If I click bind as GM mob dash, I'm going to bind this to total enemies. Okay, and then our text current enemies, once again, I'm going to bind this to mob dash current enemies. And then finally, for our carnage count, I am going to bind this to our carnage count. All right, and now let's redock this so this is big again. Compile and save all, and let's play. Look at that. Current enemies 2, 3, 4, 5, and then let's see what, there goes our carnage count. Oh, we are getting close, y'all. So we have our carnage count. We're able to destroy our enemies. We're able to track how many have spawned. So the total enemies, interesting. Our total enemy count is wrong. Our total enemy count is resetting. So we do need to fix that because I want to keep track of how many enemies have spawned over time. Total enemies, enemy count sets it. Oh, because, all right, look, I was close. Our logic is current enemies plus. We don't want to test if this was greater than 0. We want to check to see if the number of enemies is greater than 0. That's what we want. If that's true, then we will go ahead and do this. All right, that should fix that problem. So let's smooth this out. File save. We can get rid of the print because I am super optimistic that this is going to work. So our total enemy count is going up, which is great. 5, 10, that's no longer going down. And we are able to wreak havoc. And our carnage count is going up. We have 2 on screen. All that stuff looks like it's matched. So we have a total enemy count of 1920. We have a 16 and 6 on screen. So you can see these numbers all add up. We're not missing enemies anywhere. Now it's possible that if we had some other way to destroy enemies, for example, if they fell off the edge or something, our carnage count would not match. But I'm kind of getting lost just playing our game right now. Okay, we have a HUD. We can destroy our enemies. We can do all these things. What about power-ups? How do we do power-ups? So let's take a look at what we're going to do, how we're going to do that, because that's going to give us the ability to switch weapons, have different kinds of weapons and everything. So let's take a look at that. All right, and this is going to have a bunch of knock-on effects. So let's go ahead and we're going to create a new blueprint, and this is going to be an actor. Let me check something real quick. Okay, we're okay. This is going to be our blueprint. I'm going to call this the power up. Now let's do some fun stuff with our power up here. We need some visuals, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to add, let's add a capsule. And I'm going to rotate it on its side because these are going to be like the barrels that we're rolling down. They were rolling at the player from that fake game video. But we're gonna have these barrels and you're gonna shoot them, and when they explode, they're going to give you whatever power up they had in them. It could be a weapon, it could be more attack speed, it could be whatever it's going to be. So we're just going to create a bunch of visuals here. So let's add a static mesh. And in this case, this is going to be a cylinder. That is giant. Let's go zeros, zeros, zeros. Okay. And let's make it smaller. Let's go 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Okay, that's a little bit closer. We'll see see how big this is on our screen when we drop this in our level. Oh, it's tiny. We want this to be bigger. So I would say probably triple that size. Let's go ahead and go take our capsule half height and go 120 and radius of 60. Sure. And then we'll take our scale here and go 3, 3. Ooh. Oh no, that was our capsule. On the static mesh. Let's go 1.5, 1.25, 1.25, and we'll just stretch this like so. And I'm going to go ahead and put the grid on here because I want to be able to see this. Actually, no, I'm not going to put the grid on here. The grid is going to be world, so let's just put a checkerboard on here. Checker material, ceramic tile checker. Okay, cool. That'll be cool because that way we can see if the barrel is actually rolling or not. Well, let's see, we got that. Let's see how big this is now. It's a little bit better. Let's see what it looks like size-wise. I think this could probably be bigger. Just rotate it. Oh, look at that. Our cylinder is, oh, we were zoomed in. So let's take this like so. Compile and save. It's a better size. If I shoot, it does hit our cylinder, which is great. So now all we need to do is make it so that our power-ups will roll towards our character. And we're going to do that. We're just going to do that. We're going to do that on tick, actually. We could make them an actor, but I want the ability for them not to move if they don't want to. So let's just do it on tick. We're not going to have that many of them on the screen, so I'm not super stressed about that. Once again, we can profile all this stuff and figure out how we're doing. So let's see here. We don't need begin play. Well, we might use begin play and overlap. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get our location, get the actor location, and then we're going to add. Which way are we going to add? We're going to add, I believe, an X. Well, actually, this actor is set up facing the wrong way. Let's get our capsule, and nope, we do want this 90. We want that 90 as well. We want this to go in X, just like the rest of the characters in our game. See how it's facing X down here in the bottom left? All of our heroes, for example, our enemies, they're facing X. You can see which way the arrow is pointing. Just be consistent about that. So let's go back here. Let's change our rotation on this guy. Okay. And then that means that this is going to be traveling in negative X by default. So here's what we're going to do. On tick, let's get the actor location and let's break it. And let's make a vector. Make a vector, and we're going to set Y to be Y, Z to be Z, and we'll go ahead and add, let's try -1, and let's just see what happens, and let's just set our actor location. Set actor location. New location to be this. Okay, so when we play, you can see that it's moving towards us, which is cool. That is awfully slow though. So let's try -5. That is awfully fast. So let's try 2.5. -2.5. Okay, the other thing that we want to do is we want to set the rotation. So let's set, can we just set the transform? Just so we can do it all in once. Set set actor transform. Here we go, set actor transform. Cool. So what we're going to do is, rather than doing this, we're going to make a actually we could split this pen. And we can just connect straight in. And then we're going to set this. And then we are going to get the actor rotation, get actor, not ratation, rotation. So we've got the actor rotation, and we are going to combine, because we don't add rotators, we combine them, and I believe we're going to go with, let's try 1 and Y, and see if this thing is now rolling towards us. Look at that. It's cool. It's cool. It's rolling towards us. It's actually a reasonable rate. I'm fine with that. This is going to serve as our power-up visual, like those barrels or snowballs or whatever it is. You can have it moving or not. You can make all kinds of changes to it. But for now, let's just get it working. Okay, so that's that. Now, our power-ups need a health component, which is one of the cool things about having a health component. We can add it to anything. So let's go component health. Let's go health. So we've added a health component. This also means that we can give it a health bar, just like we did our enemies. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to steal all the same stuff. We're going to create a widget. We're going to do all these kinds of things for this power up so that we can see this. And we do need to add in a widget, add a widget in order to do this. And let's paste this in here. So that's tick. We don't want that there. This is going to be up here in our begin play. So we need to bring back our begin play. Add event, begin play. So when we begin play, we are going to create a widget. Our widget is going to take the health component and it's going to add it to our character. Now in our viewport, this widget is not aligned. So we'll just move that up on top, compile and save, go ahead and press play. Oh my goodness, look at the size of the widget. That's awesome. Okay, we forgot a couple steps with our widget. We want to go ahead and make sure it's screen aligned. Let's make it 100 units and 10. We'll call it that, and then we'll go ahead and play. Okay, now interestingly enough, the widget is set to rotate with our whole entire character. So we are rotating the wrong thing. So we do need to break up what we're rotating versus what we're translating, because we want to give the illusion that the barrel is rolling, the power up is rolling, but in this case what we're actually going to do is we're going to rotate the static mesh but translate the capsule. So what that means is we are going to set the rotation, set the relative rotation to be the get the relative rotation combined with our offset. So that's going to be our rotation. And then rather than setting the whole transform, we are going to go back to setting the location. Set the actor, let's go. Set actor location. And that is going to be the output from here. Okay, so let's see if we got that. Okay, now our rotation is different because it's relative, so we're rotating on the wrong axis. Looks hilarious. And in this case, let's try X. Compile and save. Nope, it is Z. 1, 0. Compile and save. Let's save all. And check it. Okay, but it's backwards. One more change. -1. I'll save. Okay, so now we have our barrel rolling at us. However, for some reason, when we shoot it, we're not actually doing damage. We haven't implemented the damage. That's why. Let's see if we can take care of that. we're not going to do that from scratch. We're just going to steal everything we did for the enemy. So over here, we implemented effect health. So let's go ahead and do that. For our power up, we want to affect the health. Although it called that a custom event. The reason being is we have not implemented the interface for this guy. So let's go ahead and go class settings, default. Let's go health here. Let's compile that. Let's paste this in, and now you'll notice that it pastes in properly. Compile and save. And then we do need to this is where this is going to be a little bit different. We're going to need to do a bunch of things. First we can start with just destroying the thing. So let's go ahead and go back to our enemy. And where do we do this? We bind, set event, go to location. Here we go, bind event to terminate on the component health. And here's our terminate component health. Okay, so up here, when we start on our begin play, we're going to bind event to terminate with the component health. Component health, we're going to terminate. Now, this one's going to be a little bit different. So here's what's going to happen. First off, we should see, hopefully, interesting, our barrel is not. Let's start off with 100 health. Our barrel is still not taking damage, which is wild to me. So let's see what's happening. Oh, I have an idea. Our static mesh, let's turn off all our collision. So no overlaps, no stepping up on, and no collision. There we go. Bingo. Okay, so what was happening there was our static mesh was actually intercepting. It was actually intercepting the collision events, and our static mesh wasn't valid. So let's go ahead and go back here. Okay, so now that we terminate, we don't actually want to terminate the same way. Okay, we want to do something different with our termination for when our power-ups terminate. What we want to do is we want to grant that item to the player. So we don't want to do the standard terminate here. We want to do something that's a little bit different. So what we're going to do is in this terminate, rather than calling component health terminate, or in addition to calling health terminate, we need to grant our player the power up. So what kind of power up might we grant? We might do attack speed. We might do a new weapon. So let's do this. Let's create a new weapon so that we have something that we can grant. So right now, if we go back to our blueprints folder, let's see here. Oh, we haven't actually even created a weapon yet. Oh, okay. Let's do this. Let's start by creating a weapon blueprint. I don't believe, oh wait, no, we do. We have a weapon. What am I thinking? We have a weapon base. Okay, so let's create a child. We're going to create a child blueprint. This is going to be our BP grenade launcher. Grenade launcher. Okay, and if we look at our grenade launcher, what I want to do is I want to change the arrow so it's clear when we have the grenade launcher. So to do that, for the static mesh, let's change this from the arrow to, let's use this widget thing. So the grenade launcher is going to be this widget thing. Okay, and what we want to do with the grenade launcher is we want to change the projectile type, which we do not have the ability to do yet. So where's our weapon base? When we spawn a projectile, you'll notice that the type of projectile we spawn is not a variable. So we need to promote this to a variable. Okay, and we're going to make it instant editable and expose on spawn, compile and save. I think we want that. We may not need that. Actually, let's try that without that first. Compile and save. Let's go back to our grenade launcher. Okay, in our grenade launcher, we have our parent socket. Oh, we do want that. I think we want that. Projectile. Yeah, that's not there. We definitely want that. Instance editable and expose on spawn. Compile and save. Okay, so now our projectile type should be in here. I do not see that. Grenade launcher. Oh, here it is. I had the static mesh selected. Interesting. Class settings, class defaults. Default. Here we go. Projectile velocity profile. Let's change this to a lob. And the other thing I want to do is I want to change the color of the VFX. So let's also promote this to a variable. And the reason we're going to do that is because I want to be able to change so that it's super clear that we are using the grenade launcher instead. So we'll make that 100. So compile and save. Okay, so we have a grenade launcher. It is a different projectile type, and it also has a different color. Now what we need to do is we need to make it so that when the power-up gets destroyed, what it does is it grants the player the new weapon. So the player needs to be able to handle a weapon change. So let's think about that for a second. Okay, here's what I want to do. What I want to do is when this happens, I want to equip the new weapon, but I don't want to do a bunch of casting or anything like that. I might be doing this from a different place. So we're actually going to make a blueprint interface. So here's what we're going to do. Let's create a nope, it doesn't come up. Blueprint class. Let's type in interface here. Nope, it doesn't come up there either. I love it when it does this. Blueprint interface. This is going to be blueprint interface. I'm going to call this equipment. We could call it combat. We could call it, let's just call it equipment. Let's go combat. Let's go combat. I'm not sure what else we're going to use this for. Okay, but for now, let's just go with that. And our first function that we're going to call in here, this is going to be our equip primary. And what this is going to do is, if we compile this, this is going to take as an input, this is going to take the weapon to equip, and it's going to be a class. This is going to be a weapon base class. Okay, so it's our weapon base class. Okay, so that's the weapon to equip. Now we might want to do, while we're in here, create another function. For example, we're going to do two things, I think, as part of this mini game. Let's do, just to get the skeleton and structure in place, let's do not equip, let's do we can make this generic, but for now let's just call this attack speed update. I think that's good. And this is going to take a float as our input. And we're going to call this speed modifier. And it is going to be a float. Okay, so now we have our new blueprint interface. Remember, this is just a messaging system. The way that it works is both sides need to know about it. So in our power-ups, what we're going to do is we're going to, in our class settings, we're going to add this combat interface. Okay, cool. And then on the character side, where's our third person? We don't have that open because of our earlier blue screen. In here, what we are going to do is we are going to add that interface here, and this is going to be our combat interface. Okay, and in our combat interface, if you notice over here, I'm going to start with implementing our equip primary. Now, what we're going to do in our equip primary is we're basically going to replace this primary weapon. So let's get the primary weapon. If it's valid, we are going to destroy actor. And if it's not valid, then what we're going to do is we're going to spawn a new weapon of this class. So let's go ahead and spawn. We're going to basically redo what we did up here in the begin play. So we're going to copy all of this, set the primary weapon, do the mesh attach. Same exact thing. So we could probably, yeah, okay, so here's what we're going to do. So let's take this and we are going to go like this. And the class of the weapon that we're going to spawn is going to be our the new weapon that the power-up gave us. Now, this is going to be event equip primary. I'm going to do something interesting here because what I want to do is I don't want to call all of this. Oh, actually I can do what I need to do here. Okay, I don't need to. All right. So let's call equip primary. Can I do that? I can. Look at that. And we're going to start with the weapon base. Compile and save. Okay, so right now we have the ability to equip, theoretically, we have the ability to equip our new weapon. We're setting the primary weapon to what we've done. We just need to make sure that our power up is going to do this. So on Terminate, what I want to do is let's just do a test run. Okay, the test run is going to be, we're going to get the player, and with that we are going to, let's just go ahead and try it. So we're going to, because we implement it, we're going to equip primary. So this is the message, and the message we're going to send is that we are going to try to give it, not a weapon base, we're going to try to give ourselves a grenade launcher. If this works, what's going to happen is we're going to give ourselves a grenade launcher. We should at least see okay, so it didn't change. So either we did not come through here or we're not equipping our primary. So let's see if we're actually hitting this. So let's try this. Okay, so that's cool. Wait a second, so we didn't come through there. So maybe we do need the EP power up. In our power up, let's get the controlled pawn. And let's call our equip primary from there. Compile and save, run that. So that's our first one. There we go, that's our second one. Cool. Okay, but even though our let's see. I believe our mesh has changed. Let's see. It does not look like, I don't see it. So either it's very tiny or it's not in the right place. So let's check a couple of things here. So in our grenade launcher, I want to try a different static mesh, something more noticeable. Let's do a camera. Okay, where's our camera? So either it's not spawning it or it's not in here, because this thing should be in here already. So let's see what's happening here. So our third person character is coming in. If it's valid, it's hitting this. Are we getting the mesh? We're getting the right hand socket location. We are going to spawn the actor. We're going to snap it to the right hand. The mesh is our character. The rotation is 0. Oh, interesting. What is this doing? This is spawning the wrong thing. What is this spawning? Spawning a projectile, it looks like. What? Equip primary. Equip primary. Yeah, this is spawning the wrong thing. Ah, I found it. Okay, so here's the problem. We have a logic problem. So we were looking up here, but basically down here, when we equip our primary weapon, if the primary weapon is valid, we destroy it. Then we do nothing. Well, what we need to do is we need to continue on and do the rest of this stuff so that we spawn the new one. Okay, so what we want to do is connect that in. So now, hopefully, we got it. Holy smokes, that's a big camera. Okay, we don't want a camera that big. So let's go back to our grenade launcher. Let's go back to our Dumaflachi. I forget what the gizmo is called. Here it is. And let's, bring that down. Let's bring that way down. See what that looks like now. Okay, so you can see we have a different weapon in our hand. And, oh, look, it's working. Now, so what we've got is everything's now connected, everything's working, and power up is working. Okay, so what's happening is when we equip the grenade launcher, it's basically calling our let's see here, hold on a second, equip primary, and then we're terminating the barrel in this case. So when we equip the grenade launcher, let's take a look at our grenade launcher. Our grenade launcher basically fires a projectile that is a lob. Okay, now there's a couple things that I think we want to change about our grenade launcher. We will get into those in a minute. But what we need is the ability to have grenade launchers or attack speeds or whatever as part of our power-ups. So that's kind of like the next big thing. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's change it so that our power-up also has, in addition to a health bar, let's see here, we're going to add a visual to the top of it, but we don't want it to rotate. So the thing that's rotating right now is our static mesh. So let's add another static mesh here. And this one is going to be our preview static mesh. What we want is we want this to be the same as whatever the power up is that we're setting. So for example, what I want to do is, in this particular case, our power up is, let's just go ahead and grab this location in our power up. Our preview static mesh is this. Wait, where'd it go? Our preview static mesh should be this. Okay, and what we want to do is I want this to be just above our character, so that when this thing comes rolling at us, we should see, oh, it's very tiny. So let's make it bigger. In this case, our preview static mesh, let's go double the size so that we can see it. Okay, so we have a little bit of our preview there. Let's change a couple things. Let's put our health bar widget down and in front of the barrel. And we may change this to be a numbers only thing, we'll see. Okay, so we can see we have our widget above it, and what we can do is we can have fun with that. Let's go ahead and take in our event graph. Since we're rolling this thing on tick, what we can do is we can get the rotation. Let's get the relative rotation here. And we can combine rotators, and we can set the relative rotation. And what this is going to do is this is going to cause it to rotate. Our little preview mesh on top is going to rotate. That is the wrong axis though, so let's go x-axis. Cool. So it's just like a cool little display visual that's happening on top of our power up now, so that we can see what's happening. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and make this even bigger. And we may need to change this, but we're just changing our visuals. All right. So now that we have our previews, I'm definitely losing my voice. Now that we have our previews, what we need to do is we need to change what our spawner or our power up gives us. So what we want to do is, let's go ahead and make a drop table. And the drop table is going to hold the potential items that could come with a power up. So to do that, here's what we're going to do. We're going to create a struct, which is going to be under blueprint structure, struct underbar drop item. Okay, now this struct is going to have a couple of things in it. So we want, this is basically going to be the drop item info. Okay, so what we need here is let's take a name and let's add a variable. This one is going to be a couple things that we might need. We need the name, we need the drop chance. We may get to implementing that. Here we see. Then we're going to have the item class, and then let's go ahead and add in the item visual. And one more thing. For now, let's create the drop type. Okay, so the name is going to be text. The drop chance is going to be a float. The item class is going to be a weapon base class reference, and then this is going to be a static mesh. Hold up, static mesh, and I think I want the actual object reference here. And then finally, this last drop type what I want to do is we need one more thing. We're going to make an enumerator for this. So let's create an enumerator. And this is going to be enum. And it's going to be an item type. And then here it is going to get I'm going to add one. This is going to be primary weapon. We're not going to worry about the description right now. Secondary weapon, we haven't even talked about that yet. Secondary weapon. And then let's go ahead and add I'm going to call this util. This is going to be things like attack speed, damage, etc. Okay? So let's save that. Let's go back to our struct, and this is going to be our enum item type. So this gives us our struct for drop items, and we have our enumerators. Let's go ahead and save this. Now we're going to make a drop table. So let's do that we'll do that here. So this is going to be a data table, and it is going to be linked to our struct drop item. We're going to choose OK. This is going to be our data table drop. What do we want this to be called? Drop. Let's call this drop items. Ooh. Oh, nope, I don't like that. Data table drop items. Okay, so inside of here, we need to add some things. So it's going to be a new row. So we're going to call this, let's just call this machine gun drop chance of, doesn't matter right now because we're not even using it. The class is going to be a weapon base. The item visual, let's use a question mark. It is a primary weapon, and that's cool. So let's add another row. This one is going to be, I don't like the name of that row. So I'm going to rename these rows. I'm going to call this primary weapon machine gun. Okay, and then I'm going to call this one primary weapon grenade launcher. Grenade launcher. Okay, so this one is going to be called grenade launcher. Grenade launcher. We'll keep our drop chances 1. The item class is going to be our grenade launcher. Our item visual, I think we were using the Nomen for that. But we can use the camera as an example. Okay, and primary weapon. Okay, cool. So let's see, we got all that. Let's save that. Now we do need one more. Let's do, because we're going to need to add this, because we're going to have to make a whole bunch of connection to weapons in order to be able to do attack speed. So let's just do it here while we're here. So this is going to be util attack speed boost. Okay, and this is going to be attack speed boost, and we'll keep our drop chance at 1. It doesn't matter. Our item class, we don't have this yet. We're going to need to make it, actually we don't even need to specify it for the util, just for the purposes of doing this. And then let's go ahead and put a, let's do the wedge, control rig wedge solid. Let's just do that. Okay, and this is not a primary weapon. This is going to be a util. So now we have everything we need. Okay, so we have our enumerator, which is basically the list of possible drops that we can have. We have our struct of a drop item, and then we have a data table that's made out of our structs. So what we want to do is inside of our, what we need is we need a, much like we have an enemy spawner, we need a power-up spawner. So let's save all. And let's dig into the power-up spawner. So let's see here. This is our BP spawn base. Let's go ahead and this should be the enemy spawn base. I'm going to call this enemy spawn base. And then I'm going to duplicate this and we're going to call this power up. And there's probably a way for me to combine these into one, but for now let's just keep this simple. Power up spawn base. On begin play, we're going to set our event. We're going to get our game mode. That's fine. And then in the spawn, let's think about this for a second. We are going to spawn these around wherever our spawner is. That is still correct. This spawn actor is going to be different. We're not going to update enemy counts or anything like that. Let's make sure we're in our power up. Yes, we are. Okay. Now, let's do a couple things. First off, let's add a data table. This is going to be our drop items table. And this is going to be a data table. Table. Object reference. If we compile this, this is going to be our our data table for drop items. Cool. And then what we're going to do with that is we are going to get our drop items table. Let's get the rows. Get data table row names. Okay. And what we're going to do with our row names is we're going to get a random. Wait. We're going to get a random array item. That's going to give us a name. Okay. And then from our data table, we're going to get row. And the get row requires a name. So that's what we're going to do. Okay. And with that row, going to do, let's feed this in. Let's see here, we got the random location. We're probably going to be using this, so hold on a second. Let's make this a little bit cleaner. So here's our random. Let's bring this up here. Okay, so we're getting our location. We're going to use this in a second. We're getting our row names. We're getting the random item. If the row is found, what we're going to do is error. The type of out row is undetermined. So let's break. Wait, why would that be undetermined? Break. Break the struct. Here we go. Cool. So that's undetermined. But now I believe we fixed that. Yes, we did. Okay. So with the row, if we find the row, what we're going to do is we are going to spawn an actor from class, and the actor we're going to spawn is going to be the item class. Okay, and the spawn transform is going to be this one. Now we're probably going to change this a little bit because, well, yeah, we may need to mess with the facing of this. Okay, now we do need to specify a few different things in here because actually, let's change this. This should be a power up. This should be a B power up. So let's compile this. Refresh this. Compile. Okay, so we need to expose a few things with our power up because we don't have access to all the stuff that we need to set. Okay, so we want to be able to set our name. We want to be able to set the item class, the visual, all of these things. So let's go ahead and do that. And in our, let me save all real quick. In our power up, I'm going to close down our drop table. This is getting a little bit crazy with our tabs. All of our structs. We don't need our combat. Weapon. Here's our power up. Okay. So what we have our health bar widget. We should, yeah, we're going to keep that. Then we have our binding event. We have, this is what we do when we terminate. We're going to have to change this depending on the item type. So first, let's make a variable called drop item. And this is going to be WeaponBase. And I want the class reference. So we're going to fill the purple one in, okay? And then let's go ahead and add. We don't even use this yet, but we're going to make it boost text. This is going to be a name or text. Let's go with text. And then we also need our power up type, or this is going to be our drop item type. And this is going to be a enum item type. Okay, and I think, let's see, what else do we need? Drop item, boost item, drop item. Oh, we need the visual. So that's going to be the item visual. And this is going to be a static mesh. Static mesh object reference. Okay, now all of these do need to be exposed on spawn. That way our spawner can set them. Also, while we're in here, we're going to go ahead and add in the visual for the text render. Let's take that and we will move it in front. Interesting. It's facing the wrong way. So let's rotate this 180 and Z. Yeah, we'll do that. And then let's compile that. And we'll go ahead and move this to be horizontal alignment center. And let's change this to 0. We have our text. Let's change our color to be, what reads better here? None of those colors read super great. Let's just go back to black. We'll go OK. Compile that, save that. And then what we want to do is we do want to set this text. So what we're going to do is in here on begin play, we are going to set the text of our text render, and we're going to set it to be our boost text, which we're going to be passing in. Okay, so that will set our boost text. Now, if we play this, all we're going to see is nothing because we're not actually setting the boost text on spawn. So let's compile and save this, and let's go back up to our power up spawner. This is where we need to specify all of this stuff. So the drop item class is going to feed into a drop item. Our name is going to be the boost text. Our drop type is going to be the drop item type. Our item visual is going to be our item visual. And I believe that is good enough. All right, now what we need to do is let's delete our current power boost that we have in here, and let's drop in let's do a couple things. We're going to drop in our power up spawn base. Okay, and what we're going to do with it is I also want to add in a disable to our enemy spawner. So let's add in a boolean. I'm going to do this because I don't want enemies running around on testing. Boolean disable. And what we'll do here is let's compile and save that, and then on begin play, basically let's go ahead and see if we are not disabled. If we're not disabled, then we're going to go ahead and do everything. Okay, so let's see if we can specify that. This is our spawner base, but we do not have that as exposed on spawn. which we want. Instance editable, expose on spawn, compile and save, go back. So let's disable our thing, and we want to name, I'm gonna name this a little bit more something useful, because like what are we disabling? Disable spawn, so that we know it's our disable. Okay, so let's come back here. It is disabled. Let's save all, because goodness knows what's going to happen. We have been making a ton of changes. Okay, look at this. So cool enough, our stuff is spawning. Notice that our attack speed boosts are working. All of our text is working. Our grenade launcher, oh, we have two right on top of each other, but we are spawning way too many of these things. So let's go ahead and undo that. And let's do a couple of things. So let's take and look at our spawner. Now, interestingly enough, our spawner is above the ground, but it's spawning them. Okay, so why is it spawning them in the ground? This is our actor location. Oh, we're getting a random point in navigable radius. With that location, we're making a transform and we're spawning it. Well, we can fix it real quick. Let's fix it. Let's just go ahead and for this, let's go plus. In Z, I believe we're off by, what is our capsule half height? For our power up, our capsule is radius of 60, so let's go 60. Okay. All right. Oh, look at that. It worked. So let's see here. Our machine gun, does it switch back? Does not switch back to the machine gun. Ah, because I think we're not. That's our AI function. Okay, we're gonna have to fix that in a minute. One thing at a time. All right, so when we come into our power up, this thing is going to, when it terminates, right now it only ever equips. Let's see here, where is it? Event tick, begin play, event effect health. Set the relative rotation. Here's our terminate. Equips primary. Look at what it's equipping. It is equipping whatever we have here. So we need to add in some logic here. And the logic that we need to add in is if our item drop item type is a primary weapon, we're going to equip primary. If it is a util, we're going to get something else. So if this is equal to, let's do this. Let's try switch. Switch on the enum type. Okay, so if it's a primary weapon, we're going to go ahead and equip the primary. Now what we could do here to keep this succinct is whatever the type is, we definitely want to terminate it afterwards. So let's just take our terminate and let's put it down here, and we'll go ahead and add a sequence. So it's going to switch on what it is, and then when we're done, we'll terminate. So that way we have room for our secondary items. Now we're going to need room, so let's make some room. Okay, so and then when we do that, we want to equip the drop item of the class for the power up that we're using. All right, so compile and save that. Let's go ahead and click play. Now we're starting with a machine gun, so we're going to get a grenade launcher. That's a grenade launcher. Now let's see if we can get another machine gun. Oh, look at that. Our attack speed does nothing, but right now our grenade launchers are swapping, our machine guns are swapping, everything's kind of working. We can get back and forth between them. That's cool. All right, so we have enemies, we have heroes, we have power-ups, we have the ability to swap our power-ups. Let's go ahead and implement our attack speed util just as an example of how we might want to do that before we get into finalizing our victory screens or defeat screen, victory, defeat, and win condition screens. We are getting there. This is a beast of a mini game, but we are getting close. Okay, so what we've got in our third person character is we have an equip primary. This is coming through in our blueprint interface. So what we need to do is we need to add the idea of a utility upgrade. And in this case, we're just going to do an attack speed update. So for our blueprint interface, which is our combat interface, let's go back to that. In our blueprints, blueprint interface combat, we already added our attack speed. We just need to actually implement it. Okay, so let's go back to our third person. That's how long it's been that we've been working on this. I forgot we even did that. Okay, so let's right click on this. We'll implement the event. And then what we'll do in here is we are going to get our primary weapon. We're going to get our attack speed. And let's see here. We're going to get our primary weapon. We're going to get the cooldown. Actually, not the attack speed, the cooldown. Get the cooldown. Okay, and then we are going to take it and we are going to multiply it by what the speed modifier is. So for example, if our attack speed was 1 and the modifier, the boost, gave us a 20% increase, we would give it a 0.8. So it would be basically 80% of what it was. So in this case, then what we're going to do is we're going to take our primary weapon and we are going to set our cooldown. I keep wanting to type in attack speed. So we'll set the cooldown to be the result of this. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to call this. And we're going to call this in our power up. So if it's a util, what we're going to do is we're going to get our controlled pawn. And we could probably just use the one we have here already. So let's just move this up. Let's move this down. Okay. And then let's take, if this is a util, what we're going to do is let's go ahead and do attack speed update. Now, the value of this attack speed update, we are going to be, let's see here, from our drop item visual. You know what, for now, let's just make it generic. We'll go 0.8. So what should happen is every time we get an attack speed update, it's going to update the attack speed. Now, this does create a problem for us. So let me go ahead and show you what I'm talking about. So we're going to keep our machine gun. So that's our machine gun. So here's an attack speed update. Oh wait, our attack speed's way too fast to start from. We also have another access none. Return value branch is valid. Component health. Nope, that's not the one. Is valid. Access none, trying to read. Get the AI controller in the component health. Get the owner. We're going to have to figure out, is valid here? Is that what it is? Let's check. We'll just put one in here. This is just happening when I press escape because the actors are already gone. Okay, so what we need to do is So here's our attack. Ah, yes, that's what we were doing. We were changing our default attack speed. So let's get WeaponBase. BP power up, WeaponBase, and let's set our default cooldown to be 1. So this is going to be super slow shooting. And what we want to see over time is if we shoot our attack speeds, only our attack speeds. Okay, these are way too close together. I'm never going to be able to hit these. Here we go. Is it working? It's getting faster. Ooh, almost hit that. Yeah, we're getting way faster. So you can see how much faster I can fire now. But there's a couple things that I want to fix about this. So I still have to click. I'm having to click to get this attack speed. We're going to be, because this is a horde mode, we're going to want to get to a point where you can just hold down the mouse button. Okay, so let's make a couple changes here. Oh, we got another error that's happening. Branch invalid. Oh, we still have get AI controller in the branch is valid. Execute UE5. Destroy actor increment. Brain component. Get the AI controller. Well, maybe we should just see if this is valid instead of the brain component. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, so let's compile and save this. Let's make a couple changes here. We're going to save all. First off, let's go back to our attacks, our inputs. And what we want to do is we want to change our primary attack to not be pressed, but just down. When we do that, now when we press play, if I just hold down, it just keeps shooting. Okay, so that's first things first. So let's just do our attack speed boost, test that out. I'm being very careful. So now I'm just holding down the button and it's just working, which is great. All right, now let me show you our current problem. If I hold this down, you can see my current attack speed. If I go ahead and shoot attack speed again, I get more attack speed. One of the reasons I'm being careful about what I shoot is because I know there's a problem. If I currently have a machine gun. If I shoot the machine gun, it's going to equip the machine gun. And what it does is it resets my attack speed. We don't want that. We only want, because remember, when we're updating our utils, we're actually updating the specs of the weapon that we have equipped right now. If we were to swap the weapon, that would change all of those specs. So what we want to do is, if we have I'll finish my sentence in a second. So what we want to do is, if we have the weapon already, the same weapon already equipped, we don't want to re-equip it because we don't want to lose our weapon specs. All right, so what was happening in here was our static mesh was invalid. Hold on, window message log. Attempted access preview static mesh via property, preview static mesh. Set relative rotation. Ah, so if this is valid, we want to it's interesting, it can tick even though these things aren't valid. So maybe we should just check to see if our self is valid. So is valid. We'll go ahead and do that. Just covering all of our errors. All right. So what we need to do is, when we equip our primary weapon, what we want to do is, we don't want to do any of this if the primary weapon is the same as the weapon to equip. So let's just make some room for this. Okay, so primary weapon. So let's get the class. Okay, if these two are equal, and we only want to do this if they're not equal. So what we'll do is we'll take this, feed this in. So if they are not equal, we're not going to re-equip it. So compile and, ooh, it did not like that. What did it like about that? Oh, I disconnected the class. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Compile. Save. All right, here we go. New launchers. Attack speed. Attack speed. Ooh, almost hit that one. Okay. So let's go up front here. So taking a look at our attack speed, it's really quick. So now let's back off and shoot another machine gun and see if it resets. As long as we should have this down, right? Here's a machine gun. Yeah, but I don't like the fact that, here we go. If I shoot this machine gun, look at our attack speed, still the same, still awesome. So we basically set it up so that if we have the same weapon already equipped, we're not going to accidentally override all the bonuses and power-ups that we've gotten on our attack speed stuff. So that's great. All right, so at this point, what we need to do is make a couple little UIs for victory and defeat, set our win conditions, restart, and maybe make a couple of tweaks to our grenade launcher to be a little bit more interesting. And then we might actually have a little bit of a mini game. So we'll get started on that. All right, so at this point, what we need to do is we need to create a couple little UIs, one for defeat, one for victory. Go ahead and add in our win conditions to the game mode. And I think we will be pretty close to having a mini game. So let's hop into setting up our victory, and well, before we get to our victory defeat screens, what we need to do is we need to go ahead and we need to set up our win condition. So we can set our win condition either based on time or based on number, our total carnage. So for now, let's just go ahead and use let's use time. Let's use time, because the whole point is we want this to get nuts. So we're going to need to add a timer to our HUD so that the player knows how close they are to the end, just to hopefully help boost the excitement. So let's get started on adding our timer. Okay, so to add a timer, let's take a look at our HUD, and we put that in the UI. So here's our HUD. Now we have our total enemy count and our current enemy count and our carnage count. What I'm thinking is we can put our timer in the middle here at the top, because that's probably going to be the most important. This current enemy count was just kind of for our own information. So what I'm going to do is let's take current enemy count. Let's just take this whole section, and we're going to, let's see here. If I want the total enemy count and the current enemy count to be in the same column, what I kind of need to do is I need to take this left option here and go ahead and wrap that with a vertical box. So wrap that with a vertical box. Okay, so now we have a vertical box and then a horizontal box inside of it. So I'm going to duplicate this horizontal box that's in the middle, and I'm going to drag the first one under the vertical box. Now you'll see what this does is it actually stacks our current enemy count, and then we also have the middle one here, and these have been renamed. So we're going to rename this. This is going to be text. We can call this the carnage clock or the game clock, whatever you want to call it. And this is going to be, let's see here, time to evac, time to die, one way out, time till evac, for example. Or we could actually, if we count up, are we going to count up or are we going to count down? Should it be how far you can get, how many kills you can get, or should it be you survive the level and then it levels up? Let's try, let's just try time. Total time. We'll just keep this simple. Come up with something creative. I'm horrible at naming things, so we'll just call this total time. And actually, it's not. That's just text total time. But that's not going to be a variable. We'll just call this total time. Total time. Okay, and then the format of this is going to be, what we're going to do is we are going to set this to be our game clock. So for now, let's just go ahead and put a 0 in here and see if we can't find a cool way to format this. So we have our construct, which is fine. I think what we want to do is bind this to our game mode. Let's go back to our game mode, gameplay. Here's our mob dash. Let's create event increment damage, game time in seconds. I want to know what this returns. Okay, so this is going to be our game time. And all we're going to do here, we could just bind this to this. So let's go ahead and promote this to a variable. And this is going to be our survival, our game time. We're going to set that. And we are going to set that. We have our increment, we have our update. Don't really want to do this on tick. So what I do want to do is maybe we can update it every second. So what we'll do is on begin play, we're going to set a timer by event, and this is going to be, we're going to make a new event, and this is going to be event handle game time. Now the reason I'm calling this is we may flip our clock later, we may have a countdown, we may do all kinds of different things. And then all we're going to do in here, in this event, we're going to do this every second. We're going to have it looping. We're just going to set our game time. And then what we'll do after we compile and save this is in our HUD, since we should already have a reference to our game mode in our designer, what we can do, if we just bind this here, let me show you what happens. We could do a bind here. We're going to create our own binding. So this text, but that's okay because I was going to show you the problem was going to be anyways, is we were going to have a formatting issue. So let's get our game mode in here, and then let's get the game time in seconds. Get the game time. All right, now remember this is in seconds, but if we just set this to the text value and we go ahead and we press compile and save, let's save all. When we press play, you can see our game time is going 3, 4, 5, 6. We do have a 0.0247. We probably want to round that. We also want to fix the formatting of this. Maybe we want this to update more frequently. Maybe we want the sub-seconds. But for now, let's just see what happens when we get to the 1 minute mark. Because, well, I don't even need, what's going to happen is rather than going to 1 minute colon 000, what it's going to do is it's going to go to 60 seconds and 80 seconds. It's just going to be a really large number. So what we want to do is we want to do some formatting in here. And also let's round this, or round this down. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we are going to take that and we are going to take this and let's try break time span. You know, we don't even have to do, let's go from seconds. So this is our time span from seconds, and let's go ahead and break this. Break the time span. And now we have everything we need to format this. Now we could round our game time. Technically, we don't even have to get our game time from the mob dash. We can just get it from the game, just like we did in mob dash, the game mode. But for now, let's just, and we don't need this here. And what we're going to do is we're going to format our string. So let's take, we're not going to go for hours. Maybe we will. That's too long. We should have a max number of time because that would be insanely boring. So let's go, let's take this and go to text on this. And we're going to do the same thing here. So let's just duplicate this a couple times. So we have our seconds, our milliseconds, etc. And then we're going to format this. So let's format this. Format our text. We're going to add some pins. And the format, this is the format. That's not what we want. This is going to be our first item, our second item, and our third item in this case. And what we want to do for the format, this is where we set what it is. So we're going to go with swirly brace. Let's take H, swirly brace, minutes, swirly brace, and then do build a formatted string using available format argument values. Use the swirly braces to denote format arguments. Okay, so then let's go, and then seconds, for example. I think that's pretty good. Okay, now we gotta feed this back in because when we did the HMS, it actually updated our pin values, which is kind of cool, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Compile and save. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so we're almost there in the sense that it is actually incrementing. We got our seconds and our minutes, but what we probably want to do is make it so that the min digits is there. So let's go ahead and do that. So what we're going to do is in our HUD, this toText option has options in it. Minimum integral digits. So we're going to go 2 for each of these. That way it'll show up as like what looks like proper time code. So let's go 2. Oops. Not 21. 2. Okay. So let's take these, and I forget what the hotkey is for a line. Left to right, Shift A. Okay, cool. So compile and save, and now we should have our double digits. We do, and our game time. Now, it's a little weird that it's updating in these 0.6 point whatever increments. We could speed this up if we wanted to, or we could take this to minutes. Let's do a little bit more formatting on our HUD display. And what we're going to do is take our total time here, and I'm going to add a semicolon and a space, 2 spaces, just so it's readable. Compile and save. And then in here, rather than ticking every second, let's try 0.1 and see if that feels better. Obviously my concern is about how fast that's ticking. Now, what's interesting is, even though we set it to 2 digits, it's actually giving us 3, which is kind of weird. So let's go back and see if we can truncate that. This is in our HUD, in our graph, and our seconds. Hours, minutes, seconds. Actually, we did this wrong. Minutes, seconds. This is milliseconds. That's why. This should be ms. When we do this, it's going to break it. Hours, minutes, milliseconds. So here's our milliseconds. Okay. Maximum integral digits is 2. Okay, that's what we want. And we can only ever have, same thing here. So we can only ever have 60 milliseconds, 60 minutes, and oh, we're missing. Hold on. This is wrong. We've got this all wrong. So this is minutes, seconds, milliseconds. Undo. Okay. So minutes connects to minutes. refresh this node. We definitely messed this up. There we go. Right click, because we changed something to have the same name. The pens were all messed up. So let's try this again. Minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. Compile and save this. Save all just in case we have fun. And let's go ahead and click play. There we go. Now, I do wonder about how expensive it is to have that. So right now we're updating that clock. We don't need to do that. We definitely don't need to do this. So what we could do is this. Let's go back to our HUD, and rather than getting the game time from here, let's just do game time in seconds from here, okay? And then we're going to go from seconds here. Now what this is going to do is this is actually going to give us full-on game time, and I think we can get rid of our timer by event entirely. Look at that. That looks great. That's just getting the game time. That costs us nothing, which is cool. So let's go back to our game mode. We do still want this, and the reason I want this is because we need to handle the end game. We need to handle you know, when we win and those kinds of things. So here's what we're going to do. Let's make it so that if we get to, what we want to do is if you survive, let's say 20 seconds, we want to make it so that that's a victory, because that's our test case. I'm not going to make us play a full 5 minutes, but let's just see what happens. So here we're going to handle our game time every second. And then what we'll do in here is, I'm not worried about, I don't think I'm even worried about setting this or the game time stuff. I'm going to keep the variable for a second. And what we'll do is, if this is greater, then let's see here. Okay. We want a variable for how long the game should run. How long do you have to survive? So let's say, let's change this to, let's add a new variable. This is going to be game win. Time to win. We're going to make this a float, and let's default it to 10 seconds. Okay, so if our game time in seconds is greater than our time to win, if that's true, we're going to be checking here. If that's true, then we will go ahead and say print string hello, which you win. You win. Okay, so now that we have that, let's go ahead and play. We should see after 10 seconds, we should see in the top left, we should see that it prints you win. There you go, you win, cool. Now it's going to keep printing you win every second. So what we want to do at this point is we are going to pop up our win, we're going to pause the game, we're going to do all kinds of stuff. So let's see if we can do all this stuff. Set game paused. We're going to go ahead and set paused. And then we're going to, we need to create a end game UI. So let's go ahead and create that. We still have a lot to do actually now that I think about it, because I'm thinking we should add some sound, all kinds of stuff. So here we go. Let's create another widget. We're going to make this super simple. It's going to be a user interface widget. This is going to be a widget blueprint end screen. And we need a couple things on our end screen. So first, let's drop in a canvas panel. Should be pretty cool. Okay, and we need to decide whether we're going to show victory or defeat. So let's add in we could probably make it dynamic. Let's think about this. Or we could have two. We could have one victory and one defeat. That would probably be the way we would normally do it, just because then we would show or hide the one that's not the one that we're using. So we can replicate that same thing with text. So let's just go ahead and drop in some text. Okay, and this is going to be victory. This is going to be text victory. Text victory. Oh no, this is our canvas panel. This is our canvas panel main. This is our text victory. Text victory. Text victory. And the text that is going to be displaying is victory. And let's just go ahead and beef this up a lot. Let's go 72, 82, 96. Sure, that's great. And we can keep that bold. Let's go green. Nice green. That's actually a horrible color, but that's okay. We just want it to say victory. And then we will go ahead and, let's see here, position, anchors. Let's anchor this in the middle. And then we're going to change our positioning here. And we are going to align our text to center, which is cool. And we have no, oh, we do have some padding. Interesting. Yeah, we don't, the size doesn't really apply here. Our alignment is good. Our text is right where it's supposed to be. Seems like we have some padding. We'll just get that right in the center. Okay, there's victory. So let's go ahead and duplicate that. And let's create defeat. And we're going to put it in the exact same place. So -80. -80. This is going to be -80. And this is going to say defeat. Defeat. Okay, so we're going to have either victory or defeat, and defeat is going to be in red. And I do think these could be bigger. Let's try 124. Okay, so we have victory and defeat. And let's go ahead and set these as visible. Do we have visibility here? I'm going to set this as hidden. And hidden. Compile. Save. Now, what we want to do is when this gets, this is going to be text defeat. 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 All right, let's go to our graph. Now, what we want to do is when we build this thing, when we construct, let's go ahead and give ourselves a variable to decide is whether it was a victory or whether it was a defeat. So let's say be victorious. Be victorious. Victorious, that's a Boolean. And I'm going to instance editable this and expose it on spawn and compile and save that. And then when we come in here, what's going to happen is we're going to get our be victorious, and then I'm going to hold the B key. This is going to give us a branch. And if we are victorious, I want to take our text, which I guess we did not make a variable out of, so we need to go back. So we need our victory. We need to check this box as variable. We need to do the same thing for defeat. Compile, save, back to our graph. And then what we're going to do is we're going to, if we're victorious, we are going to take our text defeat. We're going to set the visibility. We're going to make sure that it is still hidden. And then we're going to take our victory. We're going to set visibility to be visible. And then all we're going to do for false is the exact same thing, except we're going to flip these. So let's go ahead and just copy these, paste them down here. We're going to connect this into our false, or defeat in this case is going to be visible. And then our victory is going to be hidden. All right, so now what's going to happen is in our game mode, what we're going to do is we're going to set our game pause, and then we're going to spawn, or let's see here, I'm going to create a widget. Okay, and the owning player is going to be our player. And this is going to be our victory screen. No, what did we call that? End screen, not our victory screen. Okay, and in this particular case, because we survived long enough, this is going to be victorious. So if this works, and we're going to add this to the viewport, if this works, we should see a victorious screen, a victory screen. Let's see. You know what? Let's knock our win condition down. We're testing. I don't want to sit here for 10 seconds every time. Let's just make it 5. Save, play. So after 5 seconds, do we get our victory screen? Yeah, we do. And the game's paused. I can't move. I can't do anything. So we got a couple other things. That means congratulations, you survived the mob dash, which is great. But we do need to be able to do a couple other things. So here's what we're going to do. In addition, and we're probably going to make a function out of this. So that's going to handle the end game. We may want to pass in a variable for victorious or not, because when, for example, the player dies, or we could create another function that does this. We want to do this. But for now, what we need to do is we need to set our input mode. And we also need to do a couple of things. If we win, we want to be able to restart. So let's take our end screen and let's make a couple changes. We have our victory and our defeat. We want to add a button. So I'm going to add a button to this. Now, right now, the way this is working is all of this stuff is being kind of attached in the middle and on top, but I think because I come from HTML or like old school slice and dice of images, I kind of want this a little bit more consistent. So I'm going to drop in a horizontal box here. The reason, not a horizontal, I want a vertical box. And in this vertical box, do I want a vertical box? Yeah, I'm going to put a vertical box in here. And then I'm going to take this vertical box, I'm going to duplicate it, I'm going to put it inside here. Okay, so my first vertical box, is that what I want? Okay, so we have victory and defeat. I want this to be, if we put these in here, we have victory and defeat, and then we have our button. And what this is going to do is it's going to stack them, which is cool. We'll take our vertical box, we'll set our anchor to middle, we'll change our offsets. So this puts us in the right place, gets rid of our offsets, make sure we don't have any padding. We don't. It's interesting that it's down below. It's kind of interesting. All right, so we have victory, but we want defeat to be right on top of victory. So inside of this vertical box, I am going to put in I don't think a border can have more than one thing. Maybe it can. Let's see, a border is a container. It can contain one child. That's not it. Is it outline that I want? No. Panel. Grid, overlay, scroll box, size box, vertical box, overlay. Yes, this is the one I want. I'm going to put an overlay in this vertical box. I'm going to take my victory and defeat. I'm going to put them inside my overlay. Okay, now they're on top of each other. Then I'm going to take and I'm going to reorder these. I'm going to put my overlay on top. So we should have victory, defeat, and our button. Now, interestingly enough, our button is tiny. And that is because we changed the size of our vertical box width. That's why. So it is automatically sizing to fit. So this button is sizing to fit. So what we could do is change our size to, we would have to either do the padding or we'd have to give this its own kind of setup, which I want to do anyway. So here's what I'm going to do. This is all just formatting. If you're like, what are you doing, Kevin? Don't worry. This is literally just me being I just want to make sure this stuff is kind of stacked nicely. So this vertical box is now going to get the width of this overlay. Well, let's see here. We have this vertical box. So you can see as I make this vertical box wider, it changes the sizing of it, okay? Or we could size it to the content. So if I kill this, now our alignment is interesting. If we go here we go. We need to set our alignment. 0.5 puts us right in the middle. Perfect. Okay, so now we have our victory and defeat. That's great. Then we have this, all this vertical box it contains our buttons. This button, this is going to be button restart. And then we're going to make another one. Let's make a button quit. Button quit. Okay, so now we need to update a little bit of our font here. So let's put some text on our restart button, and we're going to call this restart. Restart's kind of boring. Try again. Feeling lucky? Whatever you want to do, doesn't matter. Button quit, we need a text on there, so we're going to drag a text onto the button, and we can say I yield, I give up, I surrender, even though we never surrender. Quit. Never surrender. Never surrender is better. Never surrender. Yeah, but that's not clear. We'll just restart. We'll keep it simple. You guys can get creative however you want to. Compile and save. Let's make our buttons a little easier to read. That's going to be in our styling. So under normal, we can take the tint and probably drop that down. And I want to remember these values: 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, 2, 0.1. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing for our quit button. We'll set our tint to 0.1s across the board. That way we have it. And we could probably put in a little bit of padding above this on top. So if we did a padding of 10, for example, let's do 20. There we go. Okay, so when we win the game after 5 seconds, we should see our new UI, which has victory and restart. And interestingly enough, I can move my mouse, but that's not actually true. So let's do this again. This time I'm going to click in here, I'm moving around. When this screen comes up for victory, I can't see my mouse. So one of the things that, and we went over this in the UI series, there's a whole series on UI, but one of the things that we need to do is, depending on whether or not we're showing UI or not, what we want to do is we want to show, we need to show our mouse cursor to give our player the option to even click restart or quit. So as part of this, when our game mode goes to the victory, let's set our input mode to, let's do UI only. And the player controller is going to be this. We'll go ahead and test this to make sure our mouse comes back. Compile and save. 5 seconds. Double check. Okay. Oh wait, I didn't click. Bummer. Let's try this again. Okay, so now we're in the game. We get our 5 seconds and we have our mouse, but we can't see the cursor. So we also need to show the cursor, but we can actually move, which is great. So let's also do this. Let's show mouse. Let's see here. Show mouse cursor off of the controller. So I dragged off of the controller and I'm going to show the mouse cursor as well. And then what we need to do is we need to create our restart. So I'm just going to assume the show mouse cursor works on our next go. So what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to click restart. So on our in screen, if we, let's save all. on our end screen in our graph, we want to do something when we click restart. So in order to do that, when you select a button over here, over on the right, we can create an on-clicked event. So we can do that here, or if we go into our graph, we can just go ahead and set our on-clicked right here. If we add to that, this is going to be on-clicked button restart. What we're going to do is we're going to get the game mode. Oh, which is interesting. We don't actually have the game mode here. So let's make a variable for that. And we're going to call this the game mode. Game mode. And this is going to be a mob dash game mode. And what we'll want to do is I'm going to make this instance editable and expose on spawn. And the reason I'm doing that is because back here in our game mode, when we're spawning this UI, we're creating it. If I right click on this and refresh, you'll see now I have the game mode and I can just feed in a self. So remember, in the game mode, our self is the game mode. So I'm going to feed in this game mode as our game mode. All right, and now I have this variable to use inside of my UI for our end screen, which is great. And then all we're going to do with the game mode is we are going to call, we need to actually create the function. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's add an event. We're going to add a custom event. This is going to be event restart. And then all we need to do here, now there's a couple different ways that we can restart. So we could, let's see if we can load level. Load level by name, we could do that. Or let's see here, load level by object reference. And we could specify that. Either way. So that's one thing we could do, and we could specify the level. Can we get our current level though? Ooh, we can. So we get our level, and this is a level object reference. This is a world soft reference. I don't think we can connect these, we cannot. But what we can do is we can get the name, and we can load our level. Let's type level here. Level, it's open level. That's what we want. Okay, and what we can do is we can get current. Can we get the current level? Level name, look at that. We don't even need to do this. We could do that, but anyways, we do that. Feed this in. And I'm going to show you two ways to do this just for fun, okay? So let's compile and save this and give this another shot. I'm curious to see what happens when we restart the level. Okay, so there we go, restart. Oh, look at that, it does. However, when we do that, we have a couple problems. One of the problems is we can't move. Okay, our game is still paused. We need to reset everything. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we're going to restart. We're going to open the level by name, and then let's set pause. Set game pause to false, and then let's hide our cursor. Let's set our input mode. Set our input mode to game only, and our player controller. And then we also need to hide our mouse cursor. So let's grab that, and we're going to set this to false. And the target is going to be our player controller. Make that pretty. Okay, so now we're moving around, we're shooting, and we are victorious. And when we restart, I can move and I can shoot. Dude, this is awesome. We're so close, y'all. Okay, so we probably need to quit. That would be good. We'll have to figure that out. If we click restart, we're good here. Okay, so before we go ahead and deal with quit, let me show you another way to restart the level. Let's see here. So rather than reopening the level, what we can also do is we can execute, I believe it is execute. Yeah, there it is. Execute a console command. And the console command that we're going to execute is going to be restart level. Restart level. Now what I want to see is if we do this, do we even need all this player controller, etc. So let's just see if this works. Play. We're shooting. Our game gets to its win condition and we click restart and it does, but we can't move. So we do need to still do all of these things. Now, it is a fair question at this point, which one of these is better? I'm actually on the fence on this, but for the purpose of like creating our mini game, it's just cool to know that both of these here. The reason I'm on the fence about this is my concern in a proper, fully deployed game is when we restart our level, we reload a level, we're going to have to basically reload all our textures, redo everything. It's probably not a big deal for this. We probably would have a loading screen, etc. But there might be a way for us to basically reset all the conditions, reset the game clock, reset everything. But I know that this will be clean, and for the purpose of our mini game, this is great. So I'm going to leave this here for anybody on Patreon to grab the project file. So this will be here in notes. I'll just go ahead and comment this. Alternate restart. Okay, which is cool. All right, so let's compile and save everything. And now all we need to do is our quit button. Okay, so what we need is in our quit button, which I guess, oh wait, hold on a second. This is our game mode. So on our end screen, what we can do is on our button quit, on clicked, we might just be able to do quit game right here. Let's see. Quit game. Look at that. Quit preference quit. Specific player. Get the player. I don't even think we need to specify that. Let's just go. Play. That worked. That's simple. That's simple. Now, it's possible that what we want to do is we want to make it so that if the person presses escape, what they get is they get the option to restart quit, and this would say paused, for example. So let's do that. And what we're going to do is we would probably have to override the default escape, but we can flip that. So let's go back here. Let's go to here's our end screen. Let's go to our designer. I'm going to take defeat and I'm going to duplicate this and I'm going to call this text paused. And what we'll do is we will change the font to be blue. And we're going to change it to paused. And let's see, what else do we want to do? We'll do the exact same thing we did with the others. We'll make sure it's invisible. Now I want to do one other thing in this overlay. I want to add in is it a border I want? Okay, so here's our border. And I want to give it like a nice background because this is super hard to read. So let's see here. This border, brush, tint. Let's go black. And let's fill this. Okay, cool. So that's our black. Now, this is important to understand with the UI. The way this stacks is the last thing is the first thing. So we actually want to move this to the top. So now we have this black border, which is cool. We can actually probably, this is set to fill. If we change our tint and we bring down our alpha, we can do that. So this is currently sizing to the largest text. If we replaced our border with we could probably use a size box. Actually, let's wrap this with a size box. We're going to wrap this with a size box. This size box, we're going to do a width override on this. And let's go, there we go. We'll make this like so. And then we will go ahead and make our buttons, rather than filling, let's make them center aligned, I believe is what we want. There we go. So now our buttons are the right size. Then we have our size box and we have our border. And if we change our, there we go. Okay, so now that we have that, let's go back to our graph. We are, when we construct, we're making sure that if it's victorious, we're setting our visibility. We should go ahead and take our paused, and we should also set it to invisible. So we're going to set it hidden in the case of victory. We're also going to set it hidden in the case, actually, we want to change this. This is not going to be, this is no longer going to be a simple true or false, because this UI could be paused, victorious, or defeat. We have 3 options. A Boolean no longer works for us. So a couple options that we have. We could make a map. We could make an enumerator. Let's do a new variable and let's think about this. This is going to be end screen type. And rather than a mob dash, let's do a, can we do a string? Let's make an enumerator for this. So let's go back to our UI. Let's make an enumerator. It's probably under utilities. Enumeration. This is going to be our enum. Let's call it end condition. End screen type. We'll make it super clear. End screen type. And inside of here, when we open this, let's go ahead and add in one, and this is going to be victory. Let's add another one. This is going to be defeat. And one more. Pause. Now, we're totally making this up as we go, y'all. Like, the whole idea here is if we just sit down and start charging through as if you were doing it, what would it, how long would it take us? What would it look like? What can we get in the end? So that's why there's a little bit of, like I said, stumbling forward, 2 steps back, maybe hopefully more steps forward than back, and all kinds of fun like that. So let's go ahead and save that. And then let's go back to our end screen, and rather than making this a array, we're going to make this our enum end screen type. I want this instance editable and exposed on spawn. Let's compile and save this. And what we're going to do now, rather than this branch, is we are going to get our end screen type and we're going to switch. And this is going to give us nice pretty pins to use depending on whether or not we're victorious, defeated, or whatnot. So we can get rid of this. We no longer need this variable. And what we can do is we can get rid of this, and now we've got our victory. So for victory, paused and defeat are invisible, and victory is visible. And for defeat, what we've got is we've got, and I'm going to do something here to clean this up. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect these so it's super clear. Okay, and let's just do these in the same order. Let's do hidden and visible. Okay, so for defeat, what's visible is our defeat text. Okay, and then what's invisible is paused. And the cool thing is we can connect more than one in here, and our victory. So both victory and paused are hidden. And then for paused, let's just duplicate these. For paused, what is hidden is victory and defeat. And what is visible is paused. Now we do need to change something here. And that is when we're paused, we don't want to accidentally restart our level. We just want to resume. So here's what we're going to do. In the case of pause, when we click on pause, we're going to, in our game mode, we're going to have to create a new event called resume. So let's do a couple things. we're going to need a pause and we're going to need a resume. So let's do this. Event restart, event handle game time. That's cool. So let's do this. We're going to create this. We're going to add the widget to the viewport. We're going to set the input mode and the mouse cursor. We want all of this. And we want to set the game paused. This chunk of code is repeated with a difference of victorious or not. So let's refresh this. And this is a victory condition. That's fine. For now, for ease of understanding, I'm going to just duplicate this code. Okay, so let's add a new event. And the event that we're going to add is a custom event called event pause. I can't even read that, it's so tiny. Event pause game. Pause game. Okay, and what we want to do is in the event that we get pause game, we're going to set the game pause. We are going to display, we're going to show our widget, and the widget condition is going to be pause, which is cool. And we're going to add it to the viewport. We're going to set the input mode only, and then we'll go ahead and show the cursor. Now, this does create another fun thing that we went over in our UI class. We basically added this to the viewport. When we unpause, technically what we want to do is we probably want to remove the widget. So we're gonna have to handle that for the paused case. So let's see here. So this is our paused game, and then we need an event for resume game. So let's make another custom event, and that's going to be event resume game. And what we're going to do is all of these things except we should store this widget. I'm going to promote this to a variable. This is going to be our end screen widget. Okay. Let's disconnect this. Go ahead and do that. All right. So now we've created a variable for that. That's great. Okay. So when we resume the game, what we want to do is we want to set our game not to pause. That's true. We don't want to create the widget. We want to destroy it. So let's get this. Here's our end screen widget. Let's remove from parent. Remove from parent. That's how we destroy these widgets. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we are going to set our input mode and our mouse cursor. So let's set the input mode. Set the input mode to game only. And I swear we did this. That's our restart. Yep, this is what we're doing. We're doing this exact same thing. We can just copy this here. So down here, paste this in, and there we go. Okay, so theoretically, we now have a resume game, which is great. And then inside of our in screen, let's compile and save this just in case. We want to on button. We do not have a resume button, do we? We have a restart and a quit. So what we want to do is let's duplicate our restart button. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to duplicate our restart button. We're going to call this button resume. Now, we also want to give it padding of 20, just so that it's also got the top padding of 20. And this button is going to be resume. Resume. Okay, however, we don't want both restart, resume, and on the same screen because you might accidentally click it. So what we need to do is we need to set the visibility of these depending on which kind of end screen widget this is. And there's a whole UI lesson in this mini game. It's kind of part of the point. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. When we do our construct, if it's a victory screen, we already said we are we're setting our visibility on our pause text to hidden. It's not really what we want because all that's going to do is hide it. And what we really want is we want it to be collapsed so the buttons stack up. So I'm actually going to disconnect this one. And I'm going to set the visibility over here on this to be collapsed. That way our button should stack properly. So we're going to do the same thing here. Set our visibility to collapsed. Okay, and then if in this case what we want is we want our, oh wait a second, no, hold on a second, I'm looking at the text. All right, I misspoke, y'all. Our text, we're going to do exactly what we were doing before. Let's disconnect this. What I'm talking about specifically is the button. So our text pause can stay. We need to change the visibility of the button. Okay, so the button, it's important. The button that we want to, in the case of victory, we do not need the resume button. So we're going to take the resume button and we're going to show it as collapsed. Okay, in the case of defeat, we also do not need the resume button. So we're going to collapse it. You with me? Now, in the case of paused, we do not want the restart button. Or do we? You know what? Let's just finish this because it's a good exercise. I could see the argument as a player where you press pause and you realize you don't have time, so you want to start over, you're not having a good run, or who knows what, but let's just go ahead and set the visibility. So our visibility we're going to set is collapsed. And here's what I want to see. I want to see that, first let's check. If we press play and we get our victory screen, let's see what our buttons look like. Okay, we have restart and quit and they're stacked properly. So using the collapse versus the visibility does that well. So if we quit, we're back to where we were. That's cool. Now all we need is the ability to show this widget if we press the escape key. But we need to change our default key bindings for this project. So here's what we're going to do. Let's switch it so that the escape from Pi, which is the play in editor mode, is on shift escape instead. So let's go ahead and edit our project settings. Let's take a look at our input, I think it is. Keyboard bindings maybe. Interesting. Escape. Nope. Let's see if it's in, I thought it would be the project settings. Let's check our editor preferences. Okay, curve editor, fracture, level editor, Pi, stop, escape. Here it is. This is currently on stop. So I believe what we need to do is change this to, let's see if we can do shift. Shift escape. There we go. And let's kill this one. Okay, let's see if that worked first off. So if we press play, and we press escape, oh, that's tilde. Escape no longer works. That's great. Shift escape does. Perfect. So now we've overridden the default settings for the editor, so that shift escape is actually terminate that, and escape now we can put in as a key binding for our player to show the end screen. So let's go ahead and do that. Underneath our input, let's go to actions, let's do, rather than primary attack, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to call this input action show end screen. And in here, we're going to change this pressed, etc. That's cool. That seems fine. And then in our mappings, let's add one for the show end screen. Show end screen. And the key binding that we want is we're going to take the press the keyboard button and press the escape key. It's going to fill it in automatically for us, which is great. Let's save everything just in case, because we've been working on a lot of different stuff. So now this is going to happen. If we go to our third person character, what we can do is we can go ahead and let's see here. This is our primary, this is equip primary, this is our attack update. Let's just put this up here with our enhanced input. So I'm going to make some room to keep this organized a little bit. So let's do and enhanced input show in screen. So let's do triggered. And what we're going to do is we're going to get the game mode, which is interesting that we don't have already. I thought we had the game mode as something that our player used. So let's do that. I want the game mode. Seems like we're going to be using it a lot. So let's get the game mode on begin play. Let's get the game mode. We'll cast this to a mob dash so that we have our game mode, and we'll go ahead and promote this to a variable. Cool. That way it's only once when we begin play. And then down here, what we want to do is when it's triggered, let's get the game mode and let's, what did we call it? Pause game? Event pause game. Shall we try this out? I feel like we're missing something, but let's find out. I keep pressing the wrong button. This is a horrible test. Okay, we're gonna run this test again. Here we go. Press play. Press escape. Oh, look at that. We're paused. Does resume work? Nope. It does not. I think we probably need to connect resume. Let's see. And escape doesn't work, so we can't do that, but we can quit. That's cool. Now, if we're in that mode, we can press the shift escape, and that's cool. So let's go ahead and figure out why on our end screen, I don't think we actually connected resume. We did not. So here's what we want to do. On click for our resume button, we want to get our game mode, which is here, and we want to resume. Okay. Oh, we are so close, you all. Here we go. Play. So now we're in here. We can shoot. We can do all those things. I press escape, pause, go grab a drink, do whatever I want to, take a breather because my hands are cramped because I've been playing Mob Dash for so long. And when I press resume, we're back. Except we're not back. We are still paused. So we did not set up our resume properly. So let's see what we did wrong in there. So inside of our resume, oh, we're still setting it to paused. It should not be paused. We do want to remove from parent, but we should probably check to make sure it's valid before we do that. Let's do that. Is valid. Then we'll remove from the parent. And if it's not valid, we do still want to continue. So let's go ahead and continue. We'll add in a reroute node for formatting. We're going to set the input to game only, and we're going to show our mount. Okay, so let's try that again. Compile, save, play, shoot, escape. Everything pauses, which is cool. Resume. Oh, look at that. Victory. You all. And we can restart. We are so close, y'all. We've literally set it up so that we have our hero, we have our enemies, we have projectiles and destruction and pausing and score, all kinds of stuff. So we have our victory conditions, which is great. Okay, so let's do a couple of things. Let's change our win condition. We finished testing it. We know it works. That's great. So for now, let's go back to our game mode, and our win condition is event pause game, event restart, handle game time greater than time to win. Okay, so we want to change our default value of time to win. So let's just say 5 minutes. No, not 5 minutes. So 5 minutes is 300 seconds. Okay, so we'll make our games 5-minute games. That's how long you have to survive. Let's bring back our spawners. So our spawn base, here's our enemy spawner. So we're going to re-enable that. We do need to do a little bit of cleanup on our spawners. So right now, what I want to do, let's just go ahead and play and see what happens. Okay, so we have enemies. They're a little strong. I'm not going to be able to survive this actually. Oh, they don't do damage to me yet. We do need to do that. And we definitely need to make a change. Quit, cool. Oh, access none. Let's see here, stop logic. And do I need a double is valid just to stop? Oh, how fun is that? So let's do that, is valid. Nope. Is valid. If it's valid, then we can stop the logic. And if it's not, we can continue. All right, just to get rid of those error checks at the end. Okay, so a couple of things that we need to do. We want to control when our enemy spawners start. What do I mean by that? I think it would be cool for our player to get some time to get a couple of power-ups randomly before the game starts. So to do that, what we can do is we can set a time delay on the enemy spawner. So here we go. On our enemy spawner, when we begin play, we can set the timer by event. But what we don't want to do is we don't want to start this until we meet a game time condition. So let's do this. Let's get the game time. Get the so here's our game time in seconds. And what we'll do is, do we have our game mode in here? We do not. I feel like that's something that should be in the game mode. Okay, so let's get our game mode as well. So let's get our game mode. And with that, I'm going to cast this to a mob dash. And from there, if it's a mob dash, that's great. We're going to, in our game mode, let's create a variable for, what should we call it? I want a variable called loadout time, or loadout pre-roll, or prep time, for example. Let's do that. Let's call it loadout time, gear up time. Sure, gear. I told you I'm horrible at naming things, so let's call it gear up time delay. So the gear up time delay, let's compile this. This is going to be a float, and we're going to give it, let's say we get 30 seconds. Yeah, let's try 20. Okay. And then what we'll do is over here in our spawner base, we're going to get the gear up time. And okay, what we want to do is actually, let's promote this to a variable. And the reason we're doing that is because we want this timer to start ticking. But what we don't want to do is we don't want to do this spawning unless we are actually, if we get our game mode, plug it in here. So if our game time in seconds is greater than our gear up time. Now, we can use this to tune our experience. If for example, we want it to be more difficult, we don't get as much gear up time, as an example. So if it is greater, then we can go ahead and enable our spawn. And we are working in, where are we working in? We're working in our enemy spawner. That's great. Okay, so this should start spawning enemies now 20 seconds into the match. So if we go ahead and play, what we should see is we should see our barrels. But I don't see, there we go. Here's our first barrel. This is a machine gun. We already have one. That does not help me. This is another machine gun, also not helpful. This is part of the randomization of it though. This is cool. Grenade launcher might be cool if, for example, we put a detonate on the end of it. But right now we don't have that. And these guys are going to be way too strong. I'm at a huge disadvantage here. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to beat these guys. Not with our current attack speed. I would be dead already. Okay, so we need to do some tuning. Let's do a couple things. I think we may need a secondary weapon, y'all. I think we might need a secondary weapon. So to do that, let's do this. This is cool. This is why we set this up the way we did. So let's go back to our blueprints, and I want to make a couple of changes. We have our third person character. I'm not a fan of all of our gameplay. I didn't really organize this structure the way I want. I'm looking at this as our third person game. Okay, I'm not thinking of this as our third person character. So what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to create a folder called weapons. New folder, weapon. And inside of here, I'm going to take our blueprints. I'm going to take our grenade launcher, our weapon base, and I'm going to move them into weapons. Move them here. Now, I'm also going to fix up the redirectors in here. So what that does is basically when we move a thing, when we move a blueprint, if it's referenced by something, what Unreal does is it leaves a little marker behind that's invisible. So in this case, I wanted to fix those up. So here's our weapons. We have our grenade launcher. Let's create, I want to be clear on this. So we have a weapon base, a grenade launcher. Let's create a new weapon. I'm going to create a child blueprint of this. We're going to call this blueprint. This is going to be a secondary weapon, and it's going to be let's call it Death Blossom. That is a Last Starfighter reference. Very first movie to use CGI, I believe. And what we're going to do inside of Death Blossom is we are going to make this a homing projectile. And I'm going to make the color bright yellow. Let's go 100 and 100. This thing should be super bright yellow. And we are going to make this now. So this is going to be our secondary weapon. Our attack time, let's make this 1 second by default. And then what we need is we need a way to equip it. So we do need to make a couple of changes. So, and we also need a way to actually shoot it. So here we have our primary attack. Let's go back. Let's start with making sure we can activate it. So in our inputs for this here, if we go to our actions, we're just going to duplicate our primary attack, and we're going to call this our secondary attack. Now you can use this same logic to do ultimate, whatever it is you want to do, okay? But in here, it is our key. That's great. I'm calling that a digital. Then we're going to go to our input mapping, and we're going to add our secondary attack, and I'm going to put this on the right click. There we go. So now we have our secondary attack, and our secondary attack is not connected right now inside of our compile and save. Inside, okay, so we can get rid of our input action. We don't need our mapping context. I think we can get rid of our HUD. Let's just shrink this up a little bit. We don't need the end screen anymore. We're done with those. Let's compile and save our game mode, our end screen. We don't need our health component. We do need Death Blossom. We'll keep power up because I think we're going to be coming back to that third person character. Okay, so we need our enhanced input action, secondary attack. Here we go. And when it's triggered, what I want to do is I need a secondary weapon. So let's take our secondary weapon. We want to do the exact same thing that we do for our primary. If it's valid, is valid. Okay. What we're going to do is we are going to do the weapon attack. Event weapon attack. We will connect that in. Okay, so we are almost there with our secondary weapon. Now, when we call our second, but we don't have a way to equip it. So let's see here. So right now we have our equip primary. We need an equip secondary. So let's see what this is. We're basically going to be doing the exact same kind of thing, except I'm not going to worry about the visuals for this one. We're just going to go ahead and get it done. So we do need our blueprint interface for combat, which is underneath our gameplay, I believe. No, it's underneath blueprints. And let's save our third person just in case. Blueprint interface for combat, we have equip primary attack speed. We basically need to do the exact same thing. Let's duplicate equip primary and we're going to call it equip secondary. Okay, compile and save. And then in our power up, when we call equip primary, what we want to do is we want to basically call secondary, equip secondary. It's almost the exact same thing, and we are going to be using the drop item, and it is if it's a secondary weapon. Okay, so what we need to do, so there's that. Let's add Death Blossom to our drop table. So where's our drop table? It's underneath gameplay. We need a secondary weapon. So in our table, let's add, this is going to be secondary weapon, Death Blossom. And the name of this weapon is going to be Death Blossom. And drop chance doesn't matter. Item class is a BP secondary weapon Death Blossom. And our item visual, we want this, let's just pick something outlandish, maybe let's do a chair, why not? And the type is going to be secondary weapon, so let's save that. Now let's see if we can get a secondary weapon now. Death Blossom, look at that. Wait a minute. Why does that have the wrong? That definitely has the wrong image. Also, for testing purposes, we need to do something about this attack speed. Okay, so theoretically I should have Death Blossom, but I don't. Something's going on. Okay, so secondary weapon, that is spawning. Here's our power up. If we terminate and it's a secondary weapon, we're going to call equip secondary, which should on our character. Oh, we didn't actually implement the equip. That would be why. Okay, so let's do this. We are going to implement equip secondary. So on our, remember this is part of our blueprint interface. We're just sending a message, hey, if you know how to equip secondary weapons, do it. So we need to tell our character to implement that. And I'm going to move this up here because it's going to make me easier for me to copy all of this and steal it. So let's take all of this, copy it, and paste it in here. Okay, so now what we don't need, all right, we do need the weapon class and everything like that. That is true. We want to make sure that this is the secondary weapon, not the primary. So let's get that. We're going to switch these out. C. Here's our secondary weapon. I'm going to control drag this pin. That way I don't have to do all the reconnecting. We're going to destroy the actor if it's valid. That's fine. Then we're going to spawn it. And we're going to spawn the actor that is our Death Blossom. We're going to make sure our collision enable, and we're going to set our secondary weapon, not our primary. And then we're going to, let's go ahead and make sure if there is a static mesh that the collision is disabled, and add the actor to the mesh. Is that what we want to do? Okay, we want this to connect in instead. Okay. We may have a giant chair in our hand on this one. We may have to make some updates, but if it does, if we do, that's fine, because then we know it's working. Okay, that's a machine gun. We don't need that. We already have one. That's a machine gun. Okay, hold on a second. Quit. Let's take our weapon base. Let's change our cooldown to 0.1, because I want to be able to do this way faster and go ahead and play. There we go. Okay, where's our Death Blossom? Okay, we have a Death Blossom. Oh, look at that. We have Death Blossom. Okay, however, so Death Blossom totally works in the sense that now we have a primary. When I'm left clicking, we have a primary and we have a secondary. Now what we want to do is Death Blossom should, it's interesting. I thought we set Death Blossom to homing. So let's take a look at our Death Blossom. EP secondary Death Blossom. These are supposed to be homing. Okay, so let's see what is going on with our event graph. Weapon base. This is the type. And if we take a look at our projectile, which is where? Blueprints? Ah, it's still under tutorial. Okay, so in our projectile, if we come in here, here we go. If it is a homing projectile, we need to get the target actor. Oh, interesting. So this is set up so that when the projectile spawned, the target actor should be set. We may need to rethink how we're doing this, because I kind of want the projectile to find. Okay, let's change the way homing works. Okay, the target actor is not valid, so what happens is it just does a lob instead. What we want to do is, if the target is invalid, what I want to do is I want to let's get actors of class, and we're going to get the enemies, and then we're going to get the nearest, and we're going to get the nearest to where this projectile is, get the actor location, okay, and then what's going to happen is when it gets the nearest, I'm going to set the target. Let's set the target actor. Okay? And then once I set that target actor, then I want to go ahead and go on as if it was normal. Okay, so let's try this. Compile, save, play. All we need is a Death Blossom. Wait, was that it? Yes. Okay, so theoretically, when we see an enemy, sure, let's take some more attack speed, why not? Okay. So what's happening is, it is definitely heat seeking the closest one. So that's cool. But what happens is, it does not update. Also, it is also colliding with me. So there's a couple things that we need to change about how this projectile is spawning. And I would like it to, if the enemy dies, what I want the secondary weapon to be, I want it to be stronger. So if the enemy that it's targeting dies, I would love for it to change its target. So let's go ahead and figure that out. Let's see here. So do we have on begin overlap, we set our actor, we have all of these things. What we could do, I generally have a different way of handling this projectile for homing, because I'm not a huge fan of the way the default homing works for the projectile. So we rolled our own, created our own homing. But since we don't have that, here's what I want to do. Let's do in the tick event tick. Now what we could do is we could do this to a couple different things. We could bind an event to the death of the target, for example. We could do a bunch of things, but for now let's just get this working. Event tick. Let's check to see if the projectile profile is equal to home. Nope. What? Equals enum. There we go. If it's homing. So if that's true, press B. So if it's a homing projectile and the target is not valid, I'm going to do this. If the target actor, oh, this may not work. I'll show you why in a second. Let's see, is valid. Is valid. So if the target actor is not valid, then what we're going to do is we're going to get the actors of class, and we are going to find the nearest one, and we're going to set this. So on tick, which I'm not a super huge fan of right now. There's a more efficient way to do this, but again, the point is we're making a mini game. Let's just make it work. Okay, so let's get our homing projectile, or our death blossom. That's the machine gun. We don't need it, but we'll blow it up anyways because it's fun. That's attack speed boost. Let's go faster. I like that. Death Blossom. Okay, so now that we have Death Blossom, it looks like either... Oh, wait a second. Are we actually updating the homing? Oh, no, we're not. So in our projectile base, we're setting our target actor, but we're not actually setting the homing target. So the homing target should be our projectile movement, and we're going to do this. So we need this. We missed one thing. So we'll set our target actor just in case we need it again. Let's get the root component. Let's set the homing projectile target to be that, and let's see if it doesn't update now. Oh, it does not like that. What should the target be on that? Oh, the movement component. I don't know why I deleted that. Okay, let's try that. Okay, cool. Compile and save. Let's just go ahead and save all. And let's play. Alright. So, now we've got... Show me some Death Blossom. That's a grenade launcher. I don't want that. It is too slow. I think once we put in our detonation, the grenade launcher will be really cool. Okay, here's our Death Blossom. This is what we need. This gives us our warm-up time, and now we are ready. There we go, look at that. So the homing targets are updating. Okay, now, we got a couple problems. So now we actually have a chance. We just got to update how our homing projectiles are spawning, because they're basically blowing, they're shooting ourselves. So let's figure out what's going on with that. Projectile shooter, find references. So let's see here, we're getting that. We're getting the actor location of the shooter. We're setting the start location, okay? And what else are we doing? If it's not, if it's not the shooter, then we're going to affect the health. Do we need the same thing? For the, I wonder if for the, let's go ahead and do this here. I don't think we want to make sure, I wonder if that when we hit ourselves, if we're coming through this component hit instead. So let's go other actor, and let's do B. Let's try that. And you know what, let's just stop. We can test this without everything. So let's go back to third person character, and up here let's equip when we begin play. Let's equip a secondary, and the secondary we're going to equip is the Death Blossom, which is fine. And then we can go ahead and just press play. Yeah, it doesn't even know what to do because there are no enemies. But it's not destroying on me. Interesting. So we probably need to change Death Blossom slightly if there is no target to actually just be a lob. And it is still blowing up on me. Why is that? I want to know. Quit. Let's see what it's saying. Access none. Target actor. Set homing target. Yeah. Okay. So when we spawn our particle effect on hit. Okay, so let's try something here. What we're going to do is we are going to reconnect our false to go to the arc like we did before. And then what we're going to do in our tick is if the game time, get the game time, and I want to get time since creation. I want to know if this plus 0.2. All right, so here's what I want to do. I want it to lob at first, and then once it gets into the air, then it will start tracking. So if the time since creation is greater than the game time plus 0.2, if that is true, then we are going to do this homing stuff. We will go ahead and set our target actor, and we'll update all of this stuff. So let's try this. Now, the other thing that needs to happen is we're going to go ahead and lob this. I don't think this is going to work. Let's go ahead and just check it. Okay, so it's working in the sense that they're no longer colliding and they're shooting. That's great. It is not working in the sense that they're not tracking. So we're just going to go ahead and update these projectile for real. Okay, so down here in tick. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our projectile movement, and we are going to get the velocity. Velocity. We want to get it. So we're going to get our velocity. Okay, so this is our current projectile's velocity, and I'm going to normalize this. So basically that gives me a little unit vector that I can use to do all kinds of calculations and stuff on like that. Then I'm going to get my target actor, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get its location, get the actor location. And then what I'm going to do with that is I am going to get the projectile location, which is ourselves. So let's get the actor location. And what this is going to do is I'm going to subtract them. So what I am doing here is I am making a vector, okay, that goes from the projectile to where the target is. That's where we want to go to, all right? And then I'm going to normalize this. And the reason I'm normalizing this is because I want a little unit vector. If vectors are fun for you, there's a whole video on vectors that might be helpful. So we get our target actor. We basically get an arrow from where we are to our target. Then we normalize it so it's a small unit vector that I can use. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my current movement and I'm going to v-interp 2. So what I'm going to do, what this is a vector interpolate. So what I want to do is I want to say, this is my current, okay? And I want to interpolate to this target. And the delta time is going to come from the tick. And the speed at which this happens, we're going to do this over the period of, we're going to say interp speed of 15. And then what I want to do is I want to gradually speed up over time, because if the missile is super far away, I want it to get, over time I want it to get faster and faster in its turn so it never misses the target. This is one of the problems with the default homing. Depending on how fast the object's moving, etc., it'll start to like spin and do circles. We're going to make it so it never misses its target. So we're going to take our current projectile movement velocity. I'm going to get the vector length on this, vector length, and then I'm going to multiply that by 7, for example. Nice round number. And then I'm going to take that and I'm going to clamp it, or I'm going to take a min. And the min is going to be either what that value is or 3000. I don't want the projectile going faster than 3000. That's basically all this does. Is it's going to speed the vector up on each it's going to speed the projectile up on each iteration so that it gets faster and faster turning towards the target. And then I'm going to take this as our magnitude and I'm going to multiply this by which way we want to go. And I'm going to change this pen to a single precision float. And then what we're going to do with that is, let's see here. We may keep this. So hold on a second. So as long as our target is valid, we are going to do this. We're going to set our projectile movement, etc. And then let's take our projectile movement and let's set our velocity. Set the velocity. Velocity. And the velocity we're going to set is our velocity. Okay. So that should be that. We are going to do all the things that we do for homing projectiles, but we're not going to set the is homing. We're not going to set the acceleration. We're going to skip that. We are going to set the initial speed. So these two, unlike the previous projectile tutorial we did, these two are no longer used. Okay, we're going to set the initial speed, the min speed, gravity scale, we're going to keep all that. And then we're not going to set our homing target. We are going to randomly shoot this thing into the space in a direction. So what does that look like? We are going to get our instigator. So let's get the instigator. That's the person who's shooting the projectile. We're going to get the instigator. Okay. And then what we'll do is we will get the actor up vector. Okay. And then with that, we'll go ahead and rotate a vector around an axis. And the axis that we're going to use is an angle in degrees, which is going to be a random float in range. So this is going to give us, I'll explain what this is doing in a second. 60 degrees, and the axis, let's go ahead and break. We'll split this pin struct, and okay, we're going to go another random float in range. Let's go -1 to 1. -1 to 1. Okay, and we'll change our y-axis to 1, our z-axis can be 0, and then let's go ahead. Okay, so what does this do? This is taking basically our instigator. Let's say I'm doing the shooting, okay, and it's going to take the up vector, which is pointing straight up at the sky, okay, and then I am going to take this up vector and I am going to rotate it randomly between 0 and 60 degrees. And the direction I'm going to go is going to be left or right, front to back, basically. Okay, so this is getting us random directions. Think about it as like a fountain. We're making a fountain shooting out of our character. Okay, and then what I want to do is I want to take this value and I want to multiply it by 2000. This is going to be our initial speed. 2000. That is our initial speed. And then what I want to do is I want to set the velocity. So I'm not going to do this homing thing. I'm going to set the velocity, which is a variable, to this value. Okay, so this was a velocity value we were using previously in all this stuff, and we are going to connect that in here. Okay, so theoretically, if we got this all right, what this should do is this should shoot the projectile up in a random direction up and towards the front, if we have all our vectors right. And then after 2 seconds, what's going to happen is if this is a homing projectile and our time since creation is greater than the game time plus 0.2, if the target actor is valid, it is going to set our projectile movement to try to home in. Now, if our target actor is not valid, we do need to do a little bit of work. So let's go ahead and do that. What we're going to do with that is we're going to get all that. We're going to set our target actor. Okay, so here we go. We have tick. If it's not valid, then what we want to do is we want to do, where did all this stuff go? We're going to get a new target. Okay, so we're keeping all of this stuff. So we're going to get all actors of class. We're going to get the actor location. This looks like we don't need it, but I can't move it. We're going to find the nearest actor to our projectile. With that, we're going to set that as our target actor. We're not going to worry about the homing. We are not using that anymore. And then we are going to set our speed. Okay, so let's see what happens here. So first off, if we press play, do we get any errors? Okay, it is definitely not homing. It is currently still lobbing. Let's see what's going on here. We're going to see if it's homing. It should be. So let's print this string here. We'll say homing. Let's make sure that's working. It is homing. Okay, so that's working. Quit. And then we know that the time since is valid because, well, actually we don't know. Print. Let's get time to home. See if we ever hit that. We never hit that. So for whatever reason, we've got something wrong with our game time. Get time since creation. Oh, okay. So I think what's happening is we want to know. Okay, we're not looking at we've got a logic problem in our math here. We don't need this game time, I don't think. We just want to see if this is greater than 0.2, because this is going to track basically straight up from the time of creation. I don't think we need the game time. Okay, so let's kill this, compile it, save. Dude, look at that. This thing moves fast and it's updating. Now that is what I call Death Blossom. This thing's nuts. Okay, that is a strong weapon. We are definitely gonna have to gate that. Okay, cool, but it works. So let's go ahead and go back here. Now we got a lot of nones. Set velocity has a none. Target actor. So we need to make sure, okay, let's get rid of prints. We don't need those. So we don't want to do any of this if our projectile is not valid or our target vector is not valid. We don't need the hellos. Cleaning this up. And then our projectile velocity, we could probably slow this down because that was super fast. And then the other thing I want to do is for Death Blossom. Where's Death Blossom? Here's Death Blossom. I want to spawn more than one. It's a secondary weapon. It's supposed to be strong. So let's do this. Let's go back to our attack. And what we're going to do is we are going to give ourselves the idea of being able to spawn more than one projectile. So for right now, this is, and by the way, this minigame, man, we could tweak this forever on and on and on and on, but I want to get a little bit more balance in here, and then we'll wrap this up. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to create a variable called num projectile. Or yeah, number of projectiles to spawn, just so it's just painfully obvious. That is the longest variable name ever. We're going to make this an integer. We're going to compile this. We're going to default it to 1. Now what we're going to do in here is when we attack, what we'll do is we will, if this is true, we're going to do some tricky stuff. We're going to get this number. Here's the problem. If we do a for loop in here, what ends up happening is they're all going to spawn on top of each other. So, because they'll all spawn within the same tick. So what we want to do is we want to put a delay in here. The problem is if we put a delay in here, it might get skipped. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new event. We're going to add a custom event. And this is going to be event stagger spawn. Okay. And then what we'll do is we're going to disconnect this. And we were going to bind timer event, set timer by event. The event that we're going to be using here is going to be the stagger spawn. Okay. And this is going to, actually no, this isn't what we want. We are going to set a timer by event. I'm going to do, actually, let me disconnect this one. We need one more event. So let's do a custom event. This one is going to be called event handle spawn. Okay. And we will go ahead. I think we need this. Let's call event spawn, event handle spawn. Okay. So now what's going to happen is when we get in here, we're going to set a timer by event, and the timer is going to be, let's see here, compile. We're going to do 0.03. So that's every tick. And we're going to do it looping. Now, so what's going to happen is we're going to handle the spawn. We're going to come down here and we're going to set the timer by event. Now we're also going to promote our timer to a variable. This is going to be the stagger spawn timer. Whoa, okay. And what we want to do, this is looping. We know we want number of projectiles that we spawned. I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to call this num spawned, or let's call this spawn counter. Spawned counter. Okay, and when we come in here, we're going to set this to 0 just by default. okay? And then in our event stagger, what we will do is we will call this. I don't even think we need our for loop. I don't even think we need a for loop. That would just be if we wanted to spawn more than one. So every tick, this is going to spawn basically a projectile. Now, when we spawn a projectile, what I want to do is I want to increment this counter. So let's take this and go plus plus. So now, we start our enabling and handling spawn. We set our spawn counter to 0. Then we set a timer. It's going to tick every frame basically. Okay, and then we're setting our timer. We're storing our variable. Then we're going to come into our stagger spawn. This is the thing that's getting called. Every 0.03 seconds, it is going to call this. It's going to spawn a projectile with all of the normal settings. Then it's going to increment our counter. Once we increment our counter, what we want to see is this greater than or equal to the number of projectiles to spawn, right? And if that is true, what we want to do is we want to clear and invalidate our timer. So let's take this, basically turn off our timer, clear and invalidate the timer handler. Okay, however, we do have a problem, and that is there's going to be a 1 tick delay before our first spawn, which we do not want. So let's go ahead and do this. When we first come in here, we're going to kick off this timer, and we will go ahead and spawn the first one. Then we will go through and we will pick up any of the extras, because if the number is 1, what will happen is we'll come in here, we'll spawn the first one, we'll increment our counter to 1, we'll be greater than or equal to 1, and we will turn off our timer. Now we should probably make this 0.033. We could probably even put in an if in here if it's greater than 1 to do the timer, just for safety, but let's just see what happens. So our default for number of particles to spawn, projectiles to spawn, should be 1. And then for the Death Blossom, let's see if we can set that to be, where's Death Blossom? Mob dash. Nowhere. So in our weapons, in our Death Blossom, let's number of projectiles to spawn. Let's try 7. Let's see what happens. Play. Whoa. Man, they are still hitting our character. Even with that work that we did, we're still hitting our character. We've got to figure out what's going on there. No, they're not hitting our character. They're hitting each other, I believe. That's the problem. When we do the actual spawning of the projectile, this transform, let's get the actor location. Let's take this and let's get the forward vector. We're going to do that here. So let's get the forward vector. Let's get the forward vector. And once again, let's multiply that by 150. I'm going to go 200. I want to be absolutely sure. I want to add this to here, feed that in. These projectiles should spawn in front of us now. They do. Now, they are still self-colliding. Let's go ahead and make it even further, because I want to see this happening. Let's go 500 units. Yep, but they're colliding with each other. Okay, one more thing to check. That is our projectile collision profile. Let's see what we got. Generate overlap events. No. Let's go world dynamic. Let's take a look at the custom. All right, so collision responses. Check. And this one is world static. We're going to ignore. World dynamic, we're going to ignore. Pawn, we're going to hit. Let's try that. Maybe it's just a simple collision propagation. There we go. That did it. Okay, so this is cool. That's actually working mostly. There are definitely some things that are working about this. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and fix a few things. Let's go back to our projectile base and our weapon base. Okay, this is, we don't need this way out in front here. All right, so we're just going to feed in a point that is just in front, for example. Actually, let's try 150. So we'll feed that in instead. And then for the rotation, I do want to change this a little bit. Let's combine the rotators. And the rotators that I'm going to, actually I'm not even going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a random float, because I want to change which way they're shooting upwards, because right now they're all kind of in a direction. Random float and range. Let's go minus 45 to 45. So we're basically making a 90-degree angle. And then let's do a rotator from axis and angle. And the axis is going to be, let's see here, 0 and Y. Let's try this, 100, 100, and then the angle. And we'll feed this in. Okay. Let's see what that looks like from our spawn now with our. There we go. That's a little bit more broken up. Cool. That is a very powerful weapon. So we are definitely going to have to gate that, because that's cool though. Okay, we got a couple things that we got to fix as far as our errors go. We're setting velocity on something that's not valid. So somehow our projectile movement is not valid in here. So let's see here. We do not want to do this if self is not valid. We need to do basically a couple of checks. So let's see here. We want to know if it's homing. We also want to know, let's do an and. We want self to be valid. Self valid. So as long as our self is valid and it's a homing projectile, we're going to do this. Also, we want to check our game time, that's fine. We want to check its homing. We should also only do this. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Okay, what we can do is we do have a problem where if the target actor dies, let's see if we still get those errors. If our target actor gets terminated, we still have so many. So our target actor is bogus here. We should be checking our target actor here. If it's not valid, we're setting this. Then we're going to get that. If that's true, we're going to set this. I'm wondering if this is basically happening in here. Maybe what we do is we just set the target actor. And what that will do is on the next tick, it will update. Whoops. Let's go back. There we go. Whew. Okay, so what was happening was we were trying to set our target actor. It wasn't getting updated fast enough, or when we were escaping out of the game, this was still happening, and so that projectile movement was trying to use it. By setting the target back actor, then what's going to happen in the next tick when we come back around, this would be valid, and it would just go ahead and do the normal calculation. Okay, I'm okay with that. That's great. All right, let's take a quick recap of what we just did. We definitely went down a rabbit hole of, oh, interesting. We definitely went down a rabbit hole, but we also broke our machine gun. we went down a rabbit hole of our secondary weapon. So hold up a second. Let's go back and fix our machine gun in our weapon base. This stuff that we're doing right here, we only want to do this if it's a homing projectile. Otherwise, we want the transform to be different. So what is the best way to do this? Let's do this. Let's promote this to a variable. Okay, and this is going to be our projectile spawn transform. And what we're going to do is, depending on which one of our projectiles we have, we're going to get our projectile velocity profile. We're going to check to see if it is equal to, not a number, I want the enum, equals to homing. We're going to do one thing, otherwise we're going to do what we were doing before. So let's just do this. So if it's a homing projectile, we'll do that. And if it's not, what we want is, let's make some room here. Okay, so we have, let's see here. We have all of, we want basically, let's just copy all of this stuff, paste it, and then delete what we don't need. We do not want to change this angle. What we want is, we just want the actor rotation. So let's get the, we don't need this forward vector. We don't need any of this. We just want the location. Actually, maybe we do. Let's get the forward vector like we were doing here. Because the reason is, ideally what we would do is we would have a spawn point on the end of the weapon or something, but I'm not going to do that right now. Let's just go ahead and do that. And then for this actor, let's get the actor rotation, and we'll feed this into here. And then on the case of false, what we will do is we will set our transform here, and we will feed this both in, and then finally let's disconnect this and feed in our projectile spawn. Okay, compile and save. Now, obviously don't like where our machine gun is at right now. It's spawning in the floor or something. Let's go back here. Event stagger spawn counter. Look at this. It's because we're skipping it. We only have one. So we need to change how this is working. So if we want, what we want to happen is, we need this to happen. Compile, save, play. There we go. So here's our normal, and then we've got our, now what's interesting is, holy smokes, what is our cooldown on our Death Blossom, because that is way too strong. Okay, let's check Death Blossom here. Death Blossom cooldown, it's 0.1. Let's go, let's say, let's try 2 seconds. Compile, save, play that. All right. All right, I think we're there. Now, interestingly enough, now we did, because when we updated our projectiles to only overlap with pawns, we are now no longer hitting these barrels. So we are going to have to make some updates to fix that. Okay, dude, this mini game is nuts. This thing is gonna be wild. Okay, so we gotta figure out what's going on with our barrels. So let's take a look at our power-ups. Okay, our capsule is currently set from a collision standpoint to, all right, we don't want to be able to step up on it. Let's go ahead and generate the overlap events. And let's just go ahead and overlap all. And let's see what happens there. Those are barrels, man. There we go. Okay, so we just need to change. Oh, I accidentally picked up a grenade launcher. This is not what I wanted to do. But we do have our backup. Dude, that Death Blossom is awesome. Okay, so we got our grenade launcher, we got our Death Blossom, we already know I can't trigger it, I'm gonna die. Okay, let's do something. Let's put an explosive tip on the end of our projectiles. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to add a variable to our projectile, and we're going to call it be explosive. And if this is true, we're going to expose this on spawn, instance editable, all those great things, compile and save. We are going to create a new new event in here. We're going to call this event custom event. Let's call this event detonate. Detonate. All right. So if it's explosive, so if this is true, let's see here. When it overlaps, like where's the destruction happen? Here we go. Right here. Before we destroy. Let's see if it's explosive. So let's get that. Check to see if it's explosive. If it is explosive, we are going to detonate. And then we'll destroy the actor. So let's call detonate. Detonate. There we go. We can probably move this like so. So we will detonate. So now if the projectile is explosive, it will detonate. And in order to detonate, all we're going to do down here is we're going to get all the actors within a radius, and then we'll apply damage to those. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so all we need to do, let's do sphere overlap actors, and the location that we want to do that around is going to be wherever the projectile lands. So or blows in this, or hits something or whatever. So let's go ahead and say get actor location. This is going to be the location of the projectile. We're going to feed that into here. Now the object types that we want to get is going to be pawns. So let's get from here. This is let's see here. Let's make this. We could probably use everything, but for now let's just go with pawns. So we're only going to get enemies. And then the cool thing is we're going to, with this overlap, we're going to go through each of these. For each of these, because this is just an actor, and I believe, does our projectile implement the blueprint interface? Let's see here. It does. So what we can do is we can just go affect health, and we're going to send a message. So anything within a radius where this thing blows up, we're going to affect the health. If it knows how to affect health, it will just do it. So let's just go ahead and go -50 on this, just like everything else. We would probably add this to a power for the weapon, but for now this is fine. And let's make our radius, let's say 500. That is going to be very generous. Now, what we want to do is to test this. Let's take our grenade launcher and let's see here. For our grenade launcher, okay, what we need to do is in our weapon base, we need to add another thing. So in here, when we spawn a projectile base, you'll notice that there's this explosive here. So we need to be able to have our weapon be able to trigger whether or not it's explosive or not as well. So let's promote this to a variable. Okay. By default, it'll be false. Save. And then for our grenade launcher, we should have compile up here. Explosive. Now there's a bunch of things in here we don't want. We can get rid of this. So previous attack time, we should just hide that. We'll clean that up in a second. Let's just test explosive. So for the grenade launcher, we're going to make it explosive. File, save all. We need to get a grenade launcher. Let's go ahead and press play. That's an enemy. That is a grenade launcher. Okay, so when we launch this thing, do all the enemies in the radius die? So either we're not getting the radius, it is working. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's definitely hitting more than one. Our radius may be too small. And it would be cool if we could see it. So let's go ahead and do that for right now. Let's take our projectile base, and in our detonate blueprint, when we do our sphere overlap actors, let's draw a debug sphere so we can see how big this is. Here we go, debug sphere. We're going to put it here. We're going to set the radius to 500. Let's make it red so we can see it. Let's make it 1 second and a thickness of 1. So let's grab a grenade launcher. That's an attack speed boost. That's Death Blossom. Oh my goodness, we still have to set it up so we can get destroyed by the enemies. Machine gun we've already got. This would have been a lot faster to test, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm having fun. Okay, so grenade launcher. Okay, everybody in that radius should have been affected. Same thing there. Okay, they are. But part of the reason it's hard to tell is because these little guys don't have health bars, and they're starting with more than the health, that one shot, one kill health. So let's make that adjustment, make this easy to see. Here's our enemy spawner base. Where is our enemy? Enemy base. Default health should be 50, not 100. That's 80. Let's go 50. Max health 50. Compile and save. There we go. That's what we want. They are just vaporizing now. Cool. So this works out a little bit better. But you can what's happening is we're starting to build out the idea of the type of weapons that you can have. So what we should probably do with the grenade launcher, because it's actually quite strong with this radius, we should probably reduce its initial attack speed. So let's take the grenade launcher and let's change and stop our game. Let's take our cooldown and we'll go 0.8 on that. Okay, now some of the cleanup stuff for us that we need to do. You'll notice there's a lot of places where we weren't super clean about our variables and stuff. So for example, when we look at our grenade launcher, you'll see we have all these extra variables that we don't use, like previous attack time. We don't need that. Stagger spawn timer, we don't need that. These are all things that we should not be showing ourselves. So weapon owner, let's just make that, let's see here, we'll make that private. I believe we want our previous attack time to be private. We want our velocity profile, we want VFX color, number of projectile spawn, we want stagger spawn timer, that's private. And the spawn counter, we'll make that private as well. And then our spawn transform should be private. And then finally explosive we do want. So let's compile and save that. And now when we go back to our grenade launcher, you'll notice that our settings are a lot cleaner. It's just a lot easier for us to find what we need to do here. So that's great. Now let's take a look at our projectile base. We could probably do, I don't think we see that directly, so we're not going to worry about that. But let's take a look at our enemies. Enemy base. Target actor and show health. We do want those. Okay, so that looks good. That's clean. So now when we play. Cool. Okay. Oh, I forgot I'm starting with, I'm also starting with Death Blossom. Now we can do this because this works because this projectile has a big enough radius, but we should probably, it's too easy right now. So we should probably make that default radius for the grenade launcher to be a little bit smaller. So we probably will need to variabilize that, but for right now, let's just cut it in half. Let's go 250 so that you actually have to do some work. Sphere overlap actors 250. We'll call that good. Compile and save. Now, the location that we're using is the actor location. The interesting thing about this is that's where the projectile hits. It's kind of weird when it hits in the air, maybe. So what we could do, for example, is we could project down to the ground. There's a bunch of things that we could do, but for now, it's just something to keep in mind. So let's compile everything and save everything. Compile and save, and take a little bit of an account of where we are. Okay, so let's return to game. So our power up base spawn is here. Oh, our game mode. Let's go to our game mode. We said that our game. So here's a great example. We have a lot of variables that we don't even need to mess with. But anyways, so our time to win is 300. That's fine. Gear up time delay. Let's go with 20 seconds. Okay, and then let's take our third person character. This is it, y'all. We're kind of playing now. We're gonna play. We're not going to equip a secondary. You're going to have to earn it. Our primary is going to be a machine gun, basically. And the default machine gun, let's make sure that that is set properly. We have our cooldown default of 0.75, I think we said was good. Okay, let's play. Okay, so we have to survive 300 seconds. I am not going to play through 300 seconds. Do I want a grenade launcher? I don't think I do. I'm going to keep the machine gun. So far I'm getting pretty unlucky. I don't have Death Blossom. I don't have anything. We're going to have to change our drop chances of these things. Oh, we already got enemies. I'm never going to make it. Never going to make it. I got unlucky with my drop. Okay, we do need to set it up so that we get killed. We forgot a pretty important thing. We need defeat. Okay, so here's what we need to do. Let's do a couple things. Let's go back to our enemies real quick and turn off by default our health bar. And then what we need to do is we need a way for our enemies to do damage to the player. So what we'll do is let's see what interfaces do we have on this. We do have the effect health interface, which is great. So what I want to do is, there's a couple ways we could do this. Our enemies could shoot. That's one thing. But I'm kind of like, rather than doing that, how about if they get too close, they start doing damage. So probably an easy way to do that is if we go into our viewport. This is the actor front facing. What we can do is we can add a capsule or collision. Let's add a collision. And we can let's just do a box collision. We'll put this out in front, make it a little bit wider. It'll be interesting to see. Right now, one of the problems is we have no idea which way these characters are facing. So we should probably find a way to denote that. So let's see if we can find a material that can help us with that. Let's try grid. Okay, that's something. At least we know, once we figure out what the side that should be they're facing is the blue-white side. That should be which way they're facing. So let's just double check that. What I want to see is when they come at us. Oh, we have to wait 20 seconds. Nope, I don't want the grenade launcher. Attack speed boost I'll take. Holy smokes, these things are too strong right now. Okay, so that is their facing. Oh, I'm not gonna get there. This game is way too hard right now. So what I'm interested in is see how they're turning. That's what I want to see. I want to see that they're actually turning, and I can't get out of here. Okay, so see how they turn to face me? What that means is that collision box is always going to face me. So what I want to do is when I quit, what I want to do is when we overlap this. So in here, in our event graph, let's do the box overlap, overlap, add component begin overlap for the box. Okay, what I want to do for the other actor is I want to see if they are a player. I think that's probably the easiest thing. So let's check to see if it's a player. So if the other actor is the player. All right, let's do this. Let's see if they are equal to. Because I don't want them to hurt each other. And let's get a player. Get the player. Now this may not work. Oh, can we just get the player pawn? Ooh. That'll be nice. If that's true, then what we want to do is we want to affect the health. Affect health. And I think we're just going to do maximum damage. So let's do 100. Okay. And then what we need to do in our player is we need to, what is our default health? Actually, our player doesn't even have health. So we should probably add health to the player. So let's add our component, our health component here. Let's see here. Here we go. So we have our component health. By default, we're going to start with 100 health. It doesn't really matter. Could be 1. Let's save that. And we could probably put the health in the UI, but it doesn't matter because if they get touched, if you get touched, you die. One shot, one kill style. So, see how long we survive. Oh, but we didn't bind anything to the player getting killed. Ooh, that would be a good one to have. That might give me a chance to get something else. This is way too hard right now. I am going to get shredded. They're going to be on me before I even have a chance to get this death blossom. Oh, I got it. Oh, it's too slow though. Nope, I'm not gonna make it. And okay, so theoretically my health is being affected, but it didn't work. So let's go to here, component. We need to on begin play do all of our normal stuff. Equip the primary. Okay, from our health component, let's bind event to on terminate, let's say. And the event that we're going to bind is going to be terminate. Component. Terminate. It's going to be what we're going to call. And let's add event. Let's add a custom event. Add custom event. Event player terminate. So we will terminate. Now, one of the things that we need to do when we terminate is we need to see what happens. So inside of our health component, when we come into Terminate, we get to see if the mesh, we set oh, this ragdolls. Play the controller, we do stop logic. That's if it's a AI, which it's not. We disable the input, and then if we can respawn, we revive. If not, then we destroy ourselves. Okay, let's see if we actually terminate. Not gonna make it. Not even gonna come close. I am going to get destroyed on the first wave. Just for fun. Let's see. I don't think we're getting terminated. Hold on a second. Where's our player? This is here. We're binding the event to terminate. We didn't implement effect health. Is that what happened? We did not. Because do we not even have, we don't have that blueprint interface. Okay. So we need this, we have a combat interface, but we also need the health one. So let's take the health one. Okay. And then we need to implement this. Implement event. And we are going to take our health component and we're going to affect the health. And we're going to do it by the health amount. So that is a perfect example of the blueprint interface is working. It's sending the message, but our third person character didn't even know what to do with the message, so it just did nothing. So here we go again. Attack speed boost. Alright, we have our effects going. I'm actually surviving reasonably well here. Man, we're not affecting health. Okay, let's go ahead and come in here, and in our enemy base, are we actually doing this overlap? We are. Okay, and if this is true, this isn't true. What is our other actor? That one's overlapping the enemy. Is this ever true? Yes. Okay, so that's true. So then in our third person character, let's put a breakpoint here. Play. We should come in here. We do. We affect the health amount. We're adding to the health. We don't want to add to the health. Alright, let's stop. Okay, so let's go back to our enemies. I forgot, this needs to be a negative number. Negative 100. File and save. And our default weapon base, even with a cooldown of 0.75, what is our power up health? Let's start this at 500. Alright, here we go. Grenade launcher. Not gonna get that. Grenade launcher again. Unlucky start. All grenade launchers. We're done for. But that's okay. See what happens. We just got massacred. Okay. So that worked. Ooh. Oh, wait, hold on. Did our character ragdoll? I think it just destroyed our actor. So we die kind of fast. We need a couple more things to happen. All right, let's do a couple things here. Let's make testing faster. Now that we have that working, let's make testing faster. So here we go. In our game mode, let's change our delay to be 1 second before the enemy spawn. That will do that. Then in our character, when we do affect the health. That's going to happen, and then we bind an event to on terminate. So on terminate, let's do a delay. I want to do a delay here. Wait a minute. If we go into here, what happens? If it is valid, it does all this stuff. Can revive, gets the owner, destroys the actor. Okay, so basically what's happening is on termination, if the owner is valid, we're going to destroy the actor. As a result of that, we do not want to do this if it's the player. We only want to do this if we can respawn. We only want to do this if it's an enemy. So let's get this, and let's say is valid, I think. No, that's not what I want to do. We know what we want. This is our health component. If we get the owner, if it's a player controller, here we go. Let's add a boolean. We're going to do a boolean is player, and we're going to set it to false by default. And what we'll do is, if this is valid, we're going to set this as is player as true. Right? Otherwise it'll be false. And then when we come in here, we are only going to do this if it is not the player. Not the player. So if it's not the player, we are going to check to see if it's valid, etc. Now what we could do, so what this should do is this should make it so that when we do get terminated, let's just check. There we go, we ragdoll. That's what we wanted to see. Perfect. So now what we want to do is we want to make it so that we pop up our end screen. We're almost there. We're almost there. We almost have the full game loop. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go ahead and go escape, come back, and so that means it is the player if that's true. Okay, and if that's the case, we've terminated, we can't revive. Let's go ahead and get the game mode, and let's do end. What did we call that? We gotta go in our game mode. What do we call it? Event handle game time? Nope. Event restart. Event begin play. What events do we have? Let's look over here in our event graph. We have update and account concurrent begin play. Handling the game time. We have a restart, pause game, or resume game. We do not have a lose game. Let's do this. Not a graph. I don't want a graph. Let's go. Let's create a new event. That's the alternate restart. Okay, so down here, let's add an event. So close. Add an event, custom event. This event is going to be called event handle defeat. I probably spelled defeat wrong. Defat. Let's go defeat. Okay, and what we want to do with defeat is the exact same thing we do with pause, basically. Let's take this, paste it up here, and change a couple things. So we are going to set game paused. That's true. Okay, then we're going to create our end widget, and we're going to call it defeat. And then we're going to set our end screen widget. We're going to add it to the viewport. We're going to set our game mode, and we're going to show our cursor. Let's see how we did. So much easier when we have this stuff in place. Bring on the bad guys. See how long I make it. Not very long. Oh my goodness. Interesting. Oh, but we need to call defeat. So here's what we need to do. When our character, there's a couple places we can do this. We can call terminate, and in terminate we handle all of this stuff. This is part of our health component. What we can do is we could keep our health component clean, or because we know this is false, we know this is a player, we can do our defeat here. Not defeat, like this. And what we could do, this is an event terminate in the health component. We could actually do in here, call event terminate, and then get the game mode. Do we have the game mode? We do. We could handle it here afterwards. I think I like that better. Let's keep, and I think we should probably do that with our carnage counter for our enemies, but for now, let's just say we'll let that be what it's going to be. And then what we'll do is, the interesting thing is when we pause, we may not, because we're going to pause this, we may not get our ragdoll. Defeat. Okay, so I think what's going to happen is our ragdoll is going to stop midway. So we may want our defeat to let the enemies keep going. Defeat, yeah. Okay, so let's go back, and in our defeat, in here, let's see here. Oh, no, it's in our game mode. In our game mode, we don't want to pause this game because we want our ragdoll to have a chance to play out. And if we set that, our ragdoll won't play out. So let's go ahead and press play. I'm living. Oh, there we go. See, we still fall. So they're still coming, which is cool. We could probably put in a little bit of a delay there. Just enough for the ragdoll to play out, and put in a pause, for example. Let's see where we are. We can start our game. We can win our game. We can lose our game. Pretty big important things that we need to be able to do. We have the ability to equip weapons, different kinds of weapons. We made primary and secondary weapons. We can spawn our enemies. We have the horde mode. We can restart. We can basically do everything we need to. One cool thing that we could add real quick is we could add some effects. So let's go ahead and do that. And we have effects already in there, but let's just make some fancy ones, okay? So in my library, I downloaded a VFX pack. I'm going to show you quickly how to add these in. So we could use a couple of different ones. In this case, I'm going to use the shooter VFX pack here. So I'm going to add this to the project. The project I'm going to add this to is our mob dash. Where's mob dash? Not in the list. Show all projects. Let's see here. Is it called dash mob? Nope. Okay. Mob dash. I see. It was hiding it. It's not currently available. Let's just add it to the project anyways. Let's see what happens. We could corrupt our entire project because we decided to do this in 5.4. So theoretically, with all that done, we should have our starter VFX pack. We do. So here's what we're going to do. The two effects that I think would be fun to add in would be an explosion when our enemies die, and then a explosion on the end of the grenade launcher. So let's start with the grenade launcher. So here's our grenade launcher. This is going to launch a projectile. Here's our projectile. Let's take our detonate, sphere overlap actors. We're going to do a thing. Let's do this. Let's spawn the system at location. And the system we're going to do is the explosion let's do explosion 3, for example, and the location is going to be here. So let's just test that, compile and save. We'll come back in here. I want to start with a grenade launcher, so let's take our third person character, and rather than starting with the machine gun, I'm going to start with the grenade launcher just for time and testing. Shoot. Boom. Oh, look at that. Cool. So we got a nice cool explosion and we got some defeat. Okay, so we have our grenade launcher. That works. Now let's do the same thing, except let's make our enemies a little bit more interesting. So let's take our weapon base, and what we're going to do is when our enemies base, when we affect our health on terminate, here's our terminate. Just before we terminate, I'm going to spawn a system here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to spawn a system at location, and the system we're going to spawn is going to be the explosion. And this one I'm going to choose, let's do poison. Let's do poison 1, something simple. Let's get our actor location, get the actor location, and that's where we're going to spawn it. So now, whenever we shoot our enemies, and let's go ahead and in our machine gun, where's our machine gun? That's our weapon base. Okay, let's set our cooldown to 0.2. So what we should see is they should detonate now. So we have all kinds of cool detonating stuff. So when it was very easy to add in those effects so we can see what's kind of going on. And I wanted to show you that briefly because that is also the way that we can add in sounds and all kinds of stuff, so that you all have that kind of understanding. And I'm kind of lost in playing our new minigame. So if I accidentally get a grenade launcher now, you can see now we're doing it. We have a carnage count of 148, and I've just got to survive 3 more minutes and we're there. Our mini game turned into a beast of a game. The whole point of this was to go kind of start to finish. Start the game, weapons, enemies, targets, projectiles, win conditions, defeat conditions, UI, everything. And we were able to, now we could spend a lot of time, and we're not going to continue the tutorial doing that, because really what it is all about now is it's about dialing in the experience. What feels good in order for us to escalate this challenge so that the challenge gets just the right amount of difficulty. And there's a lot of different levers and dials that we can use. We can use our attack speed. We can use the speed of the drop of our weapons with those spawners. We can even change the number of enemies that spawn. There's a lot of different things. So there is also potentially a lot of questions about some other things that we can learn from this. For example, performance. For example, how expensive is it to have? Currently we have 600 enemies on screen. What is our frame rate? I'll just do a quick check. Our current frame rate with 650 enemies is 25 frames a second. So we need to figure out where that time is going. So maybe in some future videos, we'll kind of do some checking on some of our performance type questions. But all in all, that was a front to back implementation of gameplay for a mini game of a horde mode type mobile fake ad type game with a lot of little fun little things that we did and a lot of little learnings in there. As always, all of your feedback is welcome. Please go ahead and drop those down in the comments down below. Your support is super important for us to keep being able to make videos like this. There's lots of ways to support the channel. Spread the word. We have the super thanks. We have the tip jar down there. All the links down below. We have the Patreon. Join the Discord. Help answer questions. If you're an Unreal Maestro, hop in and help us answer questions for all the people that are up and coming. As always, I hope to see you in an upcoming live stream or a future video. My name's Kevin. Thanks for checking out the stuff. Later.